Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will call the Tuesday, January 27th, 2026 regular board meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Board President Tom Jennings.
Here.
Board Vice President Veronica Miramontes. Absent. Board Member Jeff Uchida.
Here.
Board Member Dr. Betty Lusk.
Here.
Board Member Sarah Ostadal.
Here.
Board Member Malika Velasquez.
Here.
Board Member Gabriel Sanders.
Thank you. Dr. Diffenbaugh, are there any changes to the agenda?
No proposed changes, Mr. President.
All right.
Move approval of the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Uchida. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, in closed session, we will be discussing, we'll have a conference with our labor negotiator, Manny Nunez, agency negotiator, California School Employees Association, Monterey Bay Teachers Association, and unrepresented employees. We'll talk about public employee discipline dismissal release complaint and have a conference with our legal counsel, potential litigation, one potential case. Public comment on closed session items. This is an opportunity for the public to make comments regarding any closed session items within this board's subject matter jurisdiction. When the president recognizes a member of the public, oral comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. And this is only for closed session items. If you're anything to do with the draft stabilization plan, well, that'll be later in the agenda. So is there any public comments on closed session items?
Yeah, that's for the draft fiscal stabilization plan. So that's an item 7C. So if you're here to comment on that, then after the presentation, then there'll be an opportunity for public comment on that plan, and that's when you would offer your public comment on that plan.
I would argue that these layoffs are part of negotiations. We will be talking about negotiations in closed session. Part of layoffs, we negotiate.
Go ahead to the mic so we can make sure we can hear you on that. That's all right.
Erin Bannock, Marina High. I'm under the impression. Not under the impression. I believe that layoffs are part of negotiations. We negotiate the impacts and effects of what happens to these people that are affected by the layoffs. So to say that this is not part of closed session, I have a hard time to believe, because you will be talking about negotiations. You're in negotiations with us right now, and we have a subcommittee with both your leadership and our leadership to negotiate the impacts and effects. So I would argue that this is an appropriate time, but that's my
Well, leave it up to the board, but the impacts and effects would happen, negotiations would happen after board action has been taken. Right now, we're in the very beginning of a process for the draft stabilization plan to be presented. So we're not into negotiations for a plan that has been adopted because it's just being presented for the first time to the public this evening.
Okay.
Hi, April Celestino, First Vice President, CSEA, and MPUSD employee as well. I would also like to add that while I do understand that negotiations for impacts and effects of layoffs is a separate part of negotiations, however, this draft fiscal stabilization plan, it also includes in the conclusion that part of negotiations and any settlements within negotiations that happen are going to affect the budget, which is now. So how would our draft fiscal stabilization plan not be considered part of negotiations when the impacts of this particular draft stabilization plan is going to impact the budget, which is impacting our negotiations currently?
Okay. If you guys want to have public comment, reference negotiations. that's absolutely fine. There's no problem with that. But when it comes to the draft stabilization plan, we'll have to ask you guys to come back to comment on that when we have it in the open session. In closed session, we will not be talking about the draft stabilization plan. We will only be talking about negotiations. Okay? Thank you. Are there any public comments on closed session items, whether in person or online? If you're online, use the raise hand feature. Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session and see you back here in about an hour. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn closed session and reconvene in open session. Per Board Bylaw 9324, this meeting is being recorded and will be broadcasted. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Report from closed session. The board took no action in closed session, so we will now move to high school representatives. I would first like to welcome our new student trustees, Mr. Hernandez and Ms. Dirksen. Welcome. This is their first meeting, first official meeting. They've been practicing for this for a couple of months, right? Okay, great. Thank you. Now we'll move to high school student representatives and reports. Introduction of the 2025-2026 Spring Student Board Representatives. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, board members. This is always an exciting time when we introduce new board representatives, student board representatives. So I'm going to start with, let's see, Marina High School, Mr. Quevedo, principal. If you could come and introduce us to your board representative.
Yes, hello. I'm Jose Quevedo, the principal at Marina High School. I'm well guarded by my student representative from Marina High School, who is going to do a fantastic job moving forward this semester as well. This is Lupita Guadalupe Salas Tejeda. She's a freshman student at Marina High School, and I had the pleasure of meeting her initially in the summer as we were visiting the middle schools to get to know our incoming freshmen. And from the very get-go, I learned her vision for herself and the vision for other students around her. So we have a very clear vision of what she is going to bring to Marina High School, as she will bring to the board. Like I said, she's one of our freshman student reps. We had already plenty of good opportunities to collaborate and have conversations about how to make our school one of the best ones in this entire county. So anyway, I'll leave you with Ms. Lupita and let her take over. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Board President, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Diffenbaugh. These are the events of record at Marina High School as of January 27, 2026. One of our Cadet Corps Mariners, Asher Sherwood, competed at the State Individual Major Awards competition and won second place. The competition involves judging in 5 categories: interview, drill test, uniform inspection, oral presentation, and written exam. Out of thousands of cadets in the state, Asher Sherwood won second place in the first year cadet senior division. Our games this week: we will have Tuesday our girls soccer team versus ANSAT, and then the boys soccer team versus ANSAT as well. Wednesday, our boys basketball will go versus Hollister, and our girls basketball will go versus Gonzales this Wednesday. For Thursday, we have our girls soccer team going versus Seaside, and our boys soccer versus SFHS. Friday, boys basketball versus Alvarez, and we will also have our girls basketball team go versus Seaside. Our Spirit Week leading up to a night rally. So this week, we will be having a night rally, and this week, we're also having a Spirit Week leading up to our night rally, which is welcome to our whole community. We will have our snack bar open, and we will be playing many fun games in the dark, as this will be a glow-in-the-dark rally. Over 100 of our students at Marina High School paired up to send over 50 emails to stores and brands, CEOs, and executives. As a result, Nordstrom responded, and they are shipping 200 and plus coats next week via FedEx directly to our school. Other stores such as Gap, Carhartt, Target, and Burlington Coat Factory should follow this suit through the month of February. These items will be donated to our Marina community. This concludes today's board report, and thank you for your time. And go Mariners!
All right, next up, Mr. Newton from Monterey High School.
This doesn't come up. Good evening, Board President Jennings, Dr. Diffenbaugh, and our esteemed board. My name is Tom Newton. I serve as the principal at Monterey High School, and it's my pleasure to introduce the student board rep for the second semester of the 25-26 school year, Asia Fulp. Asia is a member of the Mayos Academy and is also a standout student from Monterey High School. She's an incredible student advocate, and as a native Spanish speaker, has been RFEP'd in her time at MPUSD. She is currently serving as our ASB Vice President and is a 3-year member of our leadership program. After high school, she'll be attending the Coast Guard Academy in Connecticut, where she'll be playing for the volleyball team. She'll be studying government and will have an array of professional options in front of her once her service in the Coast Guard ends. Asia carries a 4.2 cum GPA, and the sky is the limit to her potential. Please join me in welcoming our student board member from Monterey High School, Asia Fulp.
Good evening, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, Board President Jennings, and esteemed board members. The following are the happenings at Monterey High School. With the start of the new semester, we are in a bit of a transition. Winter sports are wrapping up and spring sports are on the starting blocks. After almost 4 weeks in the new semester, students are finding ways to establish how they can be even more successful in the spring. This weekend, our Monterey High players will be putting on the student-directed production of And Then There Were None. This is completely student-run and is going to be a real treat. Therefore, please consider attending one of the shows. The play begins at 7 p.m. on Friday and Saturday and 2 p.m. on Sunday at the Welch Theater. The previous weekend saw Monterey High School host our annual Winter Ball formal dance at the Monterey Conference Center. It was a beautiful scene and a very positive fundraiser for our ASB. Next month, a group of teachers led by Mr. Peterson will be hosting the Monterey High School team in the California We the People competition, which is a civics competition for high school students across the state. If successful, they are looking to move on to the national competition. Thank you to the teachers for their support and willingness to help prepare the students for the competition. Additionally, Ms. Ehrenstorff will be leading our mock trial team at the Monterey County mock trial competitions at the Monterey Courthouse. The team has been vigorously preparing and looks forward to testing themselves against some of the best teams in the area. Their first round matchup is on the prosecution against York School on Tuesday, February 3rd, a week from tonight at 5:30 p.m. Best of luck to you, Doors. Finally, as previously mentioned, our winter sports season is entering the final stretch, and it appears nearly every team is qualifying for the CCS playoffs, and with both girls and boys wrestling dueling tomorrow night for the league championship against Salinas High School, it is an exciting time to be a Torador. Hopefully, during the next board report, we will have great news regarding the success of our teams. That's all I have for this week. We hope everyone has a great week, and go Doors!
All right, Central Coast High School's representative's not here this evening, so we'll introduce them. And then now we'll introduce Seaside High. I think Ms. Scorpinetti is here to introduce Seaside High's representative. Welcome.
Good evening, MPUSD Board. I'm privileged to introduce Sofia Villanueva. Sofia Villanueva is currently a junior at Seaside High and truly represents the best of what it means to be a Spartan. I've had the privilege of being Sofia's leadership teacher the past 2 years, And in that time, she has consistently distinguished herself as a student who leads with passion, integrity, and vision. Sophia currently serves as a junior class rep and president of the Female Athletes Alliance, while also maintaining honor roll status and competing as a 3-season athlete. This year, Sophia was instrumental in bringing back the fall powder puff tradition at Seaside High, an event that has not existed for years. Through her exceptional ability to bring people together, she united athletics, activities, and boosters to build a full-scale community event, complete with 2 themed teams, vampires and zombies, carnival games, concessions. She got team uniforms donated and raffle prizes from local businesses. Perhaps most impressively, she convinced our football team to learn a cheer routine and perform at halftime. Her leadership transformed an idea into a school-wide celebration. Sophia embodies school spirit, service, and student leadership at the highest level. I cannot wait to see what she brings to Seaside High her senior year. And without further ado, your Seaside board rep tonight, Sophia Villanueva.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and the MPUSD board. Sorry. We hope you had a wonderful day. I'm sorry to say that my other partner, Vivian Songer, was not able to make it tonight, and I will be taking over for her parts. My name is Sofia Villanueva. I am this year's junior class representative. Currently, my favorite thing about Seaside High is the opportunities our school offers students to learn about how to be leaders and to explore new experiences through clubs and our CTE classes. And with that being said, here's a recap of some of the great things that have been happening at Seaside High. Spartan seniors booked their senior portraits on January 12th through to the January 14th of our SHS yearbook for their personal use. Seniors have had the option for various photo session packages with varying prices. In addition to this, seniors have also been ordering graduation caps, gowns, and senior shirts online for graduation. Our winter sports rally is coming up on the 29th in celebration and commemoration of our winter sports athletes. In addition to new and unique games, our winter sports rally will have new performances from cheer, drumline, and a Mandarin class performance in the celebration of the Lunar New Year. EAOP is supporting juniors and seniors for college by preparing college tour field trips for the spring. Also, Gear Up is hosting a district-wide Cash for College on January 24th. A few of our home games include boys basketball at home against Pacific Collegiate on January 28th, boys soccer against Stevenson on the 30th, girls varsity soccer against York on the 2nd of February, and girls basketball against Marina on January 30th. Lastly, our wrestling team will compete at the Cypress Divisionals at St. Francis on January 29th. Our drama club hosts auditions for actors, designers, and their tech crew for their upcoming play, She Kills Monsters, on the 20th and 21st in the Black Box Theater. Participating Spartans will also earn 3 units of MPC college credit. Lastly, we would like to thank our district for their support in sponsoring our leadership Disney workshop and for giving us the opportunity to strengthen our leadership skills in collaboration with other MPUSD student leadership groups. And that concludes the summary of all the great things that have happened recently and all the amazing things that are yet to come. Thank you for your time. This concludes our board report. And remember, go Spartans!
So if all the, hold up one second, if all the representatives can come and just shake the board members' hands, come on the inside, it's a tradition that we have, we'd love to be able to shake your hand.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. We will now move to public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the Board of Education on matters within the jurisdiction of the board but not on this agenda may do so during the public comment period for up to 3 minutes. Each agenda item is limited to 20 minutes, except public comment, items 6A, 6B, and 6C, unless the time limit is extended by the vote of the Board of Education. Public comments on specific agenda items are heard under that item. We will start with student public comments. Are there any student public comments? Okay, not seeing any. We do. Okay.
Hi, my name is Jade, and I'm here on behalf of Monterey High School, and I'm here to talk about the agenda of. Hi, I'm Jade. I'm Jade Smith from Monterey High School, and I'm here to talk about the mental health therapists being taken away a little bit. I want to talk about the issue of such a beneficial program being slightly taken away. These people that come to our schools every single day and talk to these students make such a big difference. My whole entire life going to school, I've talked to these people, and multiple times they have been taken away from either being moved from a different school or just not being able to talk anymore. Our school has a lot of children, and they talk to a lot of people. They have talked to 500 students, and that's only 2 counselors. If there's 1 counselor left at that school, there's not going to be enough time for them to get to talk to anyone anymore, only certain amounts. Their caseload is already a lot, and if you put that all on 1 person, it's going to be a hard enough job already, and so it's not fair to anybody to do that. Every student should have a chance to talk to somebody, and that's why they do these check-ins. I know from my experience that these people do make a difference, and I think if you guys think about this, you guys should remember that it's not about, it shouldn't be about a budget. It should be about the mental health of these students. Because as you know, many children now have a lot of troubles, and they have a lot of hard times with their mental health, and I can say that for myself, that these people make a lot of difference, and I think you guys should just think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other student public comment?
Good afternoon again, Dr. P.K. Diffenbaugh and district board members. My name is Guadalupe Salas, and I am a student at Marina High School. I have learned that you guys are considering removing 9 mental health therapist positions, and I strongly oppose this decision. It would have a significant negative impact on our students, staff, and future generations. I have personally gone through difficult times, and my school therapist was my only support. If I wouldn't have that support, I truly don't know if I would have been able to overcome my situation at the moment. I'm being extremely transparent because I want you guys to see how serious it can be when a student has no help or support. My issue affected my daily life, including schoolwork and relationship with others. At that time, my therapist, Miss Brenda, helped me get through it all. With that support, I saw myself grow as a person. Having access to my school therapist made a huge difference in my life. Thanks to that support, I still stand tall to this day and have so many dreams and goals to accomplish. But it's not just my mental health that improved. My relationships with teachers and parents got better too. I've become more engaged and involved in my classes. Mental health support is not a luxury or extra. It's a foundation of student success. Our students come to school carrying more than just a backpack. They carry trauma, anxiety, depression, and more. It's nobody's fault. It's just how our world is at the moment. But we should work together to make it a better place for everyone. These are lives we're talking about. Students like me are the future. Our district claims to be student-focused, but are we truly if we cut the support that most students rely on? This is not about jobs or money. It's about humanity. There is so much cruelty in this world, and the least we can do is help the next generation become better. For many students, our therapists may be their only support. Removing these positions will make those needs disappear. It will simply leave them unmet. I urge the district to reconsider this decision. It will shape not only this school year, but the kind of district we choose to be. One that responds to challenges by cutting support, or one that rises to meet its students' needs. Please choose support. Please choose prevention. Please choose our students. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, this is just public comment for things not on this agenda. And we're getting pretty close to one of the items with the public comments that we've had, one of the items that is on the agenda. So let's try to steer away from that if we can. Are there any other student public comments? Okay. Seeing none, I'll close student public comments and request general public comment.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Did I miss one? I did. My apologies. So if we could unmute, is that Natalie Cruz?
Oh, wait, is it working?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Natalie Cruz. I am the sophomore class president at Seaside High School. I just had a question regarding opportunities at Seaside High School. Recently, I've been put into honors physics, and my teacher for that class recently, I guess, like quit for personal reasons. And the way that he would like teach us, he'd like do like very hands-on things, and it was very different. From what I'm aware, that was like the only honors class offered at Seaside High School. And my question today is just like, why do certain schools get like certain classes? Like, for example, like at Monterey High School, they have like I guess like an arts program, and just like, why do we get like less opportunities, and why are they not being replaced when they're taken away?
Natalie, let us follow up with you, and we can meet, and either myself or a representative from the school will discuss those concerns, and we'll follow up with you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. Are there any, one more call for student public comments? Okay, seeing none, now we'll move to general public comment. Is there any general public comment on items not on this agenda? If you're online, please use the raise hand feature. Okay, seeing none, we'll close general public comment and ask for public agency communications. Are there any public agency communications?
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. My name is Michelle McCarty, and I am the Senior Program Manager for Brighter Bites, and we are currently partnered with 3 of the schools in your district, so I thought it was time to come and introduce myself. If you're not familiar with Brighter Bites, what we do is, excuse me, nutrition education. So your teachers teach the CATCH curriculum to the students in the school. We ask them to do 8 20-minute lessons per school year. There's no cost to the schools. We pay for the licensure for CATCH through our donations and the grants that we receive for our programming. And there's certainly no cost to the parents who participate. And then we also do a produce distribution. So I was at Delray Woods today. My coworkers and employees were at Ione Olson today. And then we also are serving the Dual Language Academy of the Monterey Peninsula. So if you've heard of Brighter Bites in the past, you know, we also have suffered from funding cuts. And so Our model has changed a little bit, and I'm afraid it's probably going to be changing to next year. So if you knew we were at Ione Olson last year, we would receive the donations, build the pallets, send the pallets to the school. Volunteers would come and help us. We'd put the produce into the bags and then hand the bags out during the distribution. The teachers were able to get bags. The parents were able to get bags. Anybody who signs up, as long as it's a Title I school, and they're supposed to be at least 80% free and reduced price lunches. So that's how we get ourselves in contact with the schools and how the schools qualify. Once we're in the school, we don't do anything but ask people to register so they can get the texts that we send out with nutrition information. So nobody else has to qualify in any other way. If we're in the school, we're in the school. Excuse me. This year we had moved to, because of the donation situation, we moved to a once a month model for our schools instead of every 2 weeks. Also, the donation strategy wasn't working out very well, so we're purchasing boxes instead of building those pallets to be turned into bags at the schools. So pre-built boxes already being delivered to the schools. And then it looks like next year we may be cutting down a couple of schools, so we won't be at 9 schools next year, but 6, but no final decisions have made. So if you see someone at the schools, or you see me here wearing this bright red shirt with Brighter Bites on the front, you want to learn more, I would love to answer any questions you have. If you want to come hang out at one of our distributions, I would love to have you there so you can see what it is we do and how we interact with the parents and the great things that are in the boxes that we're giving away. And thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself and tell you a little bit more about what we're doing for 3 of the schools in your district this year.
Thank you. Is there any other public agency communication? Okay, seeing none, we will double check Zoom. Okay, seeing none, we will move now to presentations, recognitions, military liaison, superintendent report, upcoming events. We will start with the status report from the military liaison.
Good evening, Board President Jennings, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, esteemed Board of Trustees. My name is John J. McKenzie. I'm the school liaison for the Navy. My esteemed colleague, Blanca Felix Guerrero, sends her regrets that she's not able to be with us tonight for a pressing personal matter. I have 2 items to share with you tonight. First of all, we had intended to have the meet and greet La Mesa School and tour with our new Naval Support Activities Monterey Command this past Monday. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that, so we're rescheduling that for February 12th. I just want to say this meet and greet and school tour provides an excellent opportunity for NSA Monterey's new commander, Captain Ryan Easterday, La Mesa School and MPUSD School District leadership to continue strengthening their established partnership in support of our military-connected students. Meeting at La Mesa will help make meaningful connections and reinforce the shared commitment to ensuring military families feel welcome, supported, and connected with the Monterey community, which they already do. Number 2, I just want to very, very glad and pleased to announce that the STEM Discovery Day at the Naval Postgraduate School, which had been canceled last October due to the government shutdown, is back on. It's scheduled for Friday, May 1st. The Discovery Day is an immersive STEM event for middle and high school students. Students will explore cutting-edge research through hands-on activities in robotics, physics, oceanography, space science, and more. It is a unique opportunity to experience science and technology in action, and an amazing opportunity to actually visit the Naval Postgraduate School, which is a closed installation. The day will include a morning assembly, 3 50-minute activity periods, and short demonstrations during the arrival and lunch hours. The registration deadline is March 29th. I will be sending out reminders to all the representatives of the schools, the charter schools, the public charter and private schools as well. All right, and that is my report, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now we will receive a presentation by DWK on construction delivery methods. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Mr. Altmeyer.
Good evening.
So we do have on with us via Zoom an attorney from DWK, and he is an attorney that we've been working with around our construction projects. And so this evening, we wanted him to give a brief presentation on construction delivery models. And why this is timely, as the board remembers, they did approve a facilities master plan a few months back. And so now we're in the planning stages for Measure A. And so as we proceed forward with that, we would like the board to get an update on the different methods that we can engage in construction projects. And so Reed Shannon is here today to go over that with you, and we'll be able to answer questions as they come up. So do we have Reed on? Say, Reed Shannon.
You should be unmuted, Reed, if you can.
Thank you. I was just unmuted. It says I am unable to start my video. Because it is disabled by the host.
Okay, try now.
Okay.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you, Reed.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me for that technical difficulties. Thank you, Ryan, for the introduction, and good evening to the members of the board. Obviously, we're here tonight to talk about construction project delivery methods, and I'll try to keep it to about 10 to 15 minutes, and most importantly, I want to answer any questions from the board. If we could advance to the next slide, please. So, brief overview of what we're going to talk about today. Design, bid, build, just briefly, that's the default project delivery method that the district already uses and is most familiar with. Leaseback, I think I'd like to spend most of my time there, and then briefly touch on design, build, and the new best value procurement method, time permitting. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about different project delivery methods for achieving your school facilities construction projects, there are different factors that get impacted by the selection of your project delivery method and, essentially inputs. I won't read this slide to you, but just to briefly explain, we're going to see the ways that it can impact procurement, that can impact when the district enters into the contract, the design process, how your contract terms are arrived at, how your price is set, and then probably taking all of that together, whether your relationship with your builder, your contractor is, more adverse or more collaborative. And I think we'll see those points bear out as we go through a comparison. So next slide. And starting here with our basic design, bid, build structure, and we'll see a comparison of this structure against the other project delivery methods, but we see in yellow here sort of the district team. This is your construction manager, your architect, and their subconsultants, all in one column. And then, in another column, denoted in a sort of salmon color, is your general contractor as well as any subcontractors that they've retained. Next slide, please. So here I've tried to summarize some of the different factors that are going to matter for each of our project delivery methods. And we'll go through and compare them across project delivery methods. But starting with our basic design, bid, build, hard bid project, when can you use it? It's available for any project. The scope of services you're retaining, that's just construction services. You're not getting pre-construction or design services under your design, bid, build method. Pre-qualification is required if your project is over $1 million and it's using state funding. Your procurement documents are going to be bid documents, not request for qualifications or request for proposals. Selection is going to be low bid, right? The lowest responsible bidder, which means the price is the sole and determining factor in whether you're going to award the contract or reject all bids. Your pricing is typically going to be lump sum. It's going to be a base bid that's provided by the contractor. That's, one number. In terms of timing, you're not going to be able to enter the contract until after the division of the state architect has approved the plans and specifications, assuming it's a school building project for which DSA approval is required. Construction can start right after you enter the contract. And then we have a note there about labor. There is no skilled and trained workforce requirement for design, bid, build. For all the other project delivery methods, that we'll talk about tonight, skilled and trained workforce, is required. What does that mean? It's a requirement that all of your workers in apprenticeable occupations for your project are either apprentices or they're skilled journey persons. And for different apprenticeable occupations, a certain percentage of them have to be graduates of an apprentice program. Why does that matter? It essentially matters because it creates additional labor compliance and monitoring steps that have to be followed when skilled and trained workforce requirements apply. Next slide, please. So, with that setup, what are our considerations here if you're considering using design, bid, build? I mean, it's the most common project delivery method. As I think I said at the start, it's sort of your default. Your selection is going to be based on price only. So that means you may have the lowest price initially, but you'll potentially have a higher propensity for change orders or claims that mean you may not have the lowest price at the end of the day. There's no early contractor involvement because, as noted, you can't enter the contract until after DSA approval. The risk, and when we talk about risk in this context, I'm talking primarily about cost and schedule, is primarily with the contractor after bidding, but the risk for design errors remains with the district, right? The district owns the design. We saw that in sort of the separate district team in yellow and the construction team in the salmon color. And then I think taking that together, it may be best suited for smaller or less complex projects. Next slide, please. So now we're jumping into our first alternative project delivery method, which is lease-leaseback. And I think we see here the structure is the same. We have the district team in yellow and then the construction team. In the lease-leaseback methodology, we often use the term developer because the lease-leaseback contract is constructing tenant improvements upon the district's property. But the basic contracting structure is the same. The differences come on the next slide, if we could advance there. So here we have our factors. Again, we see it's still available for any project, but the scope of services is different because you can retain not only construction services, but also pre-construction services. Pre-qualification, again, is required. It's required for all lease-leaseback projects under the Public Contract Code. Your procurement documents now differ. We're not using bid documents. We're using a request for qualifications and request for proposals. The selection differs because it's a best value selection. So that's a combination of price and qualifications, as well as other factors that the district may designate. It's not a price-only selection. Then how we arrive at pricing, that also differs. So the pricing typically for a lease-leaseback project will be developed through a guaranteed maximum price after an open book negotiation. So what does that mean? That means that the contractor's proposal typically includes their markups and some of the costs, but not all of the cost of work because that has not been determined yet. That will be determined after DSA approval through subcontractor bidding. It's an open book negotiation because the district will have access to all the subcontractor bids as well as all the cost backup. And then based upon that, the parties will arrive at the price. Guaranteed maximum price is the terminology that's typically used in a lease-leaseback contract. Is it, absolutely a maximum? No, you still have to have a plan to deal with unforeseen conditions. Typically, if that's a known unknown, you'd be setting aside an allowance to deal with that, or if it's a purely unforeseen condition, some type of contingency to address that issue. But with those set-asides, the district does control the guaranteed maximum price, controls how it's expended, as well as gets the opportunity to approve the guaranteed maximum price. And I said district, but what I really mean is the board. Timing, you can enter the contract before DSA approval because you can retain pre-construction services as noted, and then your construction's not going to start until after DSA approval, and importantly, that guaranteed maximum price amendment. That's when the contract's going to come back to the board to approve the final price. And then, as noted, skilled and trained workforce and those additional monitoring and reporting requirements do apply. Next slide, please. So what are the considerations here? The main ones, we see qualifications is included in the selection. We see that there's early contractor involvement, an open book approach to cost. That's the process with subcontractor bidding and the cost backup that I mentioned. The risk is primarily with the contractor a little bit later, not when the proposal initially comes in, but after completion of those pre-construction services where there can be a constructability review, value engineering, and essentially working out potential issues on the project before construction starts. The risk for design errors still remains with the district, but hopefully that pre-construction process has mitigated some of that risk. There's a note there that there's financing and lease requirements, and those can add administrative steps. They can also add a bit of a learning curve. And there have been some prior legal challenges related to these steps. I want to speak to that just briefly. You may be familiar with, for instance, the Davis v. Fresno case is the most notable, and some earlier cases that challenged leaseback contracts. I will say that since then, effective January 1st, 2017, the legislature amended the leaseback statute, Education Code, Section 17406, and there have not been the same types of challenges. That statute was not retroactive, so it didn't apply to those early cases. But going forward, the legislature has developed a detailed process that school districts have to follow, and we found, as long as you adhere to that process, that those types of challenges have not arisen. And then I think, again, just our final point then, if you took all of those factors together, it may be best suited for larger or more complex projects where it's important to get early contractor input, where it's perhaps more important to make a qualifications-based selection. On a more straightforward or smaller project, you may not be getting the benefits that come with some of the additional administrative steps involved in leaseback contracting. Next slide, please. And I'll try to go through these final project delivery methods rather quickly. I want to make sure we have time for questions. Here we see the structure for design build, and the primary difference is now design and construction are unified in our salmon column. So the district will be retaining both the architect and the contractor as a single entity. Next slide. So we'll see how that works. There's two different design build statutes. There's a standard design build statute, that's Education Code Section 17250.10, and then there's an alternative design build statute, 17250.60, and there's a slight difference that we'll discuss in a second. But the basics of the design build project delivery method are: project for standard design build has to be over $1 million, but you're going to retain both design and construction from a single entity or a team. There's a pre-qualification process required, just like we saw is required for leaseback. You're going to use a request for qualifications and proposal, not traditional bid documents. Selection, again, is going to be best value, combination of price and qualifications, along with other factors the district may designate, but not price alone. If it's standard design build, price would be determined at proposal. So that is a little bit similar to design bid build. There would be a lump sum price, and then you'd have to enter the contract before DSA approval because you're retaining the design, but your construction still wouldn't start after. And again, as noted, skilled and trained workforce would be required. If we can go to the next slide, we'll see the difference with alternative design build, and I'll just hit on the differences quickly. Now, the project has to be over $5 million. Pricing is not lump sum based on proposal, but it's a guaranteed maximum price after an open book negotiation. Sometimes this is referred to as progressive design build. For our purposes, it's similar to the leaseback methodology in terms of how price is arrived at. And then the timing is the same, except for there would be a guaranteed maximum price amendment again. Next slide, please. So what are our design build considerations? We know we get qualifications included in selection, design and construction through a single entity or team, and that may mean less project risk for the district because you're putting more tasks in that salmon column, but it could also mean less project control for the district, and that really depends on how detailed your performance specifications are, what you're requiring the design build entity to design and build to. You can still get an open book approach to cost with alternative design build. As we saw, that's for your projects over $5 million. This may accelerate project delivery because you're getting a team in early, right away to do the full design and construction, but it may be best suited for your larger or more complex projects, perhaps unique or specialty projects like a particular athletic facility or performing arts center, or we found for modular projects. And I think some of that goes to the additional steps that would have to be undertaken to adopt this new procurement methodology. Wouldn't be something that you'd use for your most streamlined projects. Next slide, please. And then to close it out, our final project delivery method, this is the new one, is best value procurement. Our structure is the same as design bid build, but if we go to the next slide, the procurement method does differ. So here, it's going to be for projects over $1 million. You're going to be just retaining construction services. You're going to have pre-qualification, but it's not going to be just bid documents. It's going to be a request for qualification coupled with bid documents, because the selection is going to be on a best value basis, so not a low bid basis. The pricing will be lump sum, and then everything else will be the same as design bid build, except for skilled and trained workforce would be required. So if we can go to the next slide. What are the considerations for this newfangled project delivery method? Well, it's been expanded from an LAUSD only pilot program, so it's new as an option to other school districts. That we found that there's a bit of a learning curve as a result of that, and would mean adopting new documents and getting familiar with the new procurement process. You do get the benefit of qualifications included in selection, but it's more restrictive in that evaluation process than leaseback or design build. And I didn't go into detail about how best value selection works, but there's less discretion for this type of best value procurement. You also don't get the early contractor involvement because there's no contracting allowed before DSA approval. So we think this is really just an alternative to design bid build. If you had a design bid build project that you wanted to also weigh qualifications for, this would be an option. We don't really see it as an alternative to leaseback or design build. If you're going to go those routes for a project, this is not really the alternative that you'd want to consider in that case. With that, I see my 15 minutes are coming to conclusion, so I definitely want to address any questions that the board may have.
All right, board, are there questions on this item? I'll just say this. My main concern with these kind of projects, I've been in construction for 30 plus years, is the district losing control of a project and ending up with, like has happened in the past, architects not even visiting a site but drawing plans and that has happened on a leaseback issue. I have serious reservations, but when I read through the new leaseback rules and laws and things like that, I'm a little bit more comfortable with it. I'm just want to caution staff to make sure that you're on it and that we don't lose control and we don't end up with millions of dollars again in change orders. Okay? Anything else from the board on this one? All right, now I'll ask for public comment on this one. Seeing nobody in person, is there any hands raised? Wrong button. All right, not seeing any hands raised, then we will move now to receive presentation on draft fiscal stabilization plan. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Right, thank you. I believe many in the audience are here for this, so thank you for your patience. And before I begin with the presentation, I just want to acknowledge that this is really hard. Our people, I think, are our biggest strength, and anytime we're talking about fiscal stabilization, given that 85% of our budget is in our people in terms of expenses, it means that our people are impacted, and that's very hard because there's impact on people and impact on sites and impact on students, and that I want to acknowledge is just very difficult. I will say that this is something that it isn't new given the fiscal environment. In 23-24, we brought 73 positions, 24 were vacant in the certificated. This was both including 5 managers. In 24-25 in certificated, we brought 25 positions, almost 10 were vacant, including management. For classified in 23-24, we brought 41 positions. 21 of those were vacant, and there were 5 managers included. And in 24-25, 6 positions and 4.6 were vacant, including, and there was manager included. So we've been preparing as we've gone, given the fiscal environment that we've been in, that I will present tonight, hopefully to give the context for why a fiscal stabilization plan is needed, and then go into the proposal, which does include reverting some staffing levels back to pre-COVID times prior to when we got COVID relief funds. I hope that what the board and public will see is that while any cuts are challenging, that we also are able to maintain levels of service to be able to continue to make progress as a district and continue to meet our responsibilities and the needs of our students, while not maybe at the same level, still at a level that many districts do not have. So some of this will be a little bit of a review for the board, but because not everyone in the public was here last time, I do want to use a similar part of the PowerPoint as I did last time. So I'll go through it somewhat quickly. So if you go to the next slide, we'll overview of the timeline. We'll talk briefly about the systemic challenges facing public education. We'll review some of the key drivers causing a need for fiscal stabilization plan. We'll review increases to positions from pre-COVID to present, as well as review draft fiscal stabilization plan. What I want to start off with is just emphasize that we are in the beginning of this process. Here we are on January 27th. There's opportunities tonight for public comment. There's opportunities during our cabinet chat and the virtual town hall, as well as an in-person community engagement. There'll be another board session, board meeting on February 10th, which will again give opportunity for public comment. And then because of the timelines to meet the March 15th state timeline for any reductions in force, we will be bringing back to the board a final fiscalization plan on the 24th of February. In terms of our first interim, Mr. Altemeyer went over. Essentially, our expenditures are outpacing our revenues, right? So you think of your personal checkbook. If you're spending more than it's coming in, then you may have a reserve in your bank account, but that reserve is getting smaller and smaller. Obviously, as a public entity, you can't continue with that arrangement because you don't have the funds to sustain. If you look at the multi-year approach, one great thing about our district is we have built reserves, but you can see that over a 3-year period, if we continue to spend outpacing our revenues at the rate that we are, then we get to a place where we can't keep the minimum reserve that the state requires. That means that we have to submit a negative budget to the county. That means the county starts to have direct oversight over budget, and if it were to continue, which happens every now and then for districts, then it leads to kind of a state-run system where the local school board and superintendent no longer have authority to make local decisions. Why is this happening? I want to review a few different factors that together create kind of the situation that we're in. So first is our enrollment. You can see our enrollment has been declining, and largely because of the cost of living in the area, very hard for young families. The current administration's policies on immigration, I think, has an impact, and people are just having less kids across the country. You can see that we had a big dip in the COVID years, so from 1920 down to 2021, and then have had less dramatic drops since then. We do have a few years where we stayed flat or jumped, but we need to remember that those are coincide with years in which transitional kindergarten became a added grade level in the state. So then we were suddenly getting more enrollment counting as we added an additional grade level with the state. In terms of a second factor besides declining enrollment is an influx of one-time funding. So the state and federal government gave a substantial amount of money to districts for COVID relief to help with the burden and the challenge of learning loss, to help with many of the challenges that our students and families face. But it wasn't ongoing funding, so it was funding that had a expiration. You had to spend it by a certain date, or you had to send the money back. So those one-time funding that did come in for various different areas, those dates have, by and large, all came and gone. So we didn't send any money back, which is great, but what that means is we've invested money that now is into positions that now the money isn't there anymore to continue, and we're having to adjust and do our best to continue the services to our families and students without the revenue that brought those services to begin with. Another factor is, besides declining enrollment, exhaustion of one-time funding, is increase in expenditures. And that's across the board as everyone's utilities go up, water goes up, contracts go up, and in our case, as in the case of many districts across California, this cost of special education has increased as the number of students who qualify for services has increased as well. So that's been a huge factor in terms of the third kind of area is increased costs. And so you can see our enrollment for special education has gone up steadily, and the contribution or the amount in which the general fund contributes to the shortfall in which the state and federal government does not cover the cost of special education, therefore districts have to fill in the gap. You can see went from little less than 15 million in 1920 to now up over 25 million in 25-26. So that's money that's coming from the general fund to support our students and fill in the gap in which the state and federal government do not fund the full expenses of special education. So it's natural as we're serving more students that we would need more staff to serve those students, that expenditures would go up. But as expenditures go up, then it means less funding for other things. And then there is unexpected costs that come. We obviously had the unexpected cost to pay the one-time payment for McSig deficit. We also have some liability funding as a result of AB 218 and lawsuits that it may have not even included the district, but the district at the time being part of a JPA, Joint Powers Authority, that is then on the hook if any member of that JPA in that time was sued for under the AB 218 statute. So what I want to emphasize, and what I communicated with the board and with the public last time, is this is not an MPUSD problem. This is a statewide problem. And you can see across the board, almost anywhere you look across the state, there are many districts facing cuts. And that's because they are all facing what we are facing in terms of a combination of factors. So if you go to the next slide, expiring COVID relief funds in the millions of dollars, declining enrollment, so not as much money coming in as you lose students, and then cost escalations. You put those three things together, that's kind of a perfect storm in which districts are facing. Fortunately, as I mentioned at the beginning, We've done a good job of kind of planning as we go and cutting especially vacant positions as we go, in addition to making some other difficult decisions so that we aren't facing what some districts are facing, you know, having to cut over 10% of their budget or hundreds and hundreds of people. But any cuts that we face are hard, and any cuts that we make have an impact on our staff and our students. So it's not to minimize that, but it's to provide a larger context in which we're operating. So want to touch a little bit on some of the things that I think we should all be proud of in terms of our response to COVID-19. We were recognized, you know, by many folks for our response and how we handled a very difficult situation. And we made a number of investments. While some folks used that one-time money on things such as HVAC systems or buses or different things, we largely invested in people because of the needs of our students and the ability to better serve those needs. So I do want to go over some of the positions that were added from 18-19 to 25-26. And this is, again, across all sites, elementary TK-8, added accelerated learning specialists, lead supervisory assistants. We increased music from part-time to full-time at the elementary sites. We increased community liaisons from part-time to full-time. We added art and PE and campus monitors as the TK-8 sites grew. We added newcomer accelerated learning specialists at sites as well as assistant principals at the elementary and TK-8s. In terms of middle school, there were a few added positions really regarding accelerated learning specialists. We increased athletic stipends and transportation. But the big thing to remember is in 18-19, sixth grade was at the middle school level. And we moved that coming back from COVID in the first in-person year to have the sixth graders stay at elementary. So middle school essentially had 33% less students and stable staffing, or even a little bit of an increase in staffing despite the less number of students. At the high schools, it looks a little different depending on the size of the high school, and we obviously have 3 traditional and 1 alternative, but we added attendance intervention specialists. We went to full-time athletic directors, full-time activity clerks. We added campus monitors to some sites and work-based learning specialists. We increased academic counselors or college career specialists depending on the site. We added deans of school culture, lead safety positions, newcomer teachers and accelerated learning specialists at our newcomer site. We increased dramatically the number of stipends for our athletic coaches as well as the student activities budget. So again, these are at the high schools. These don't include mental health or school psychologists, which will be covered in a later slide. In terms of district office, we did not add as much. Our students are at the school sites, and that's where our focus was. We did in total add a little over 1.5 positions at the district office. We did have a reduction in that same period in terms of educational services as we added a few other in other departments. Similarly, at the district service center, we did not add many positions. The positions that we did add were custodial staff, which obviously serve the sites. And then it's important to notice nutrition services is self-funded, so they aren't mentioned here. In terms of MTSS and the mental health supports, as well as other supports to our students experiencing homelessness or health supports, we added mental health therapists, we added health assistants, we added staff dedicated to our students and families experiencing homelessness, and we added a health coordinator. Special education, as previously mentioned, it really is tied to the student's individual education plan, many of these positions, but we added over 100 positions in terms of special ed. whether that be teachers, school speech-language pathologists, school psychologists, occupational therapists, or the paraprofessionals. At the same time, we did reduce special education department office, central office positions in that same time period. So fiscal stabilization plan, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's challenging. We've previously presented to the board a need to identify approximately $4 million in ongoing reductions to stay on a path towards 3-year budget certification by the county. As I mentioned, in a budget where the majority of the funding goes to people, it's impossible to avoid cuts to staff. And since all the staff that we have play vital roles, there's trade-offs that need to be made, and between multiple good things, multiple things that have a positive impact. And that's the challenge. If it was just, well, just cut things that aren't needed or don't make a difference, that might be different, but reducing things that do make a difference makes it all the harder to do. In terms of board principles, in the past, the board has set out principles to protect classroom instruction and vital programs and operations to ensure continued student achievement and well-being, maintain direct services to students as much as feasible. That was a comment added last time by the board. Ensure district's long-term fiscal solvency, seek to implement greater program and operational efficiencies, focus on vacant positions to reduce layoffs, which I mentioned previously we did over the last few times and have continued to try to do in this fiscal stabilization plan. Try to make decisions that can maintain positive momentum in terms of the district's focus on student learning. Ensure that the districts can maintain mandated programs and services regarding special education. That was feedback from last time, as well as continue program and services that offer the, quote, biggest bang for your buck. I think that those are broad principles, and sometimes two good principles can have tension with each other, right? If the tension of long-term fiscal solvency with protecting classroom instruction, they're not always coinciding and moving in the same direction, the principles that we have, so it becomes a tension. I do want to emphasize that we are maintaining many strategic investments in this plan, so you know, while we will go over and discuss reductions, and I do want to also emphasize some of the things we're maintaining. So our accelerated learning specialist, at least one at each elementary and TK8, maintaining assistant principals at the elementary and TK8s, maintaining the increased art and PE and campus monitors at the TK8s, maintaining a full-time lead supervisory assistant at the elementary and TK8s, maintaining full-time music at elementary and TK8s, and maintaining increased custodial staff. In terms of secondary level, the plan calls for maintenance of the attendance intervention specialists at each traditional high school, maintaining the increase to full-time athletic director and full-time activities clerk, maintaining the additional campus monitors that were added to sites, as well as the work-based learning specialists, maintaining the deans of school culture and the lead safety positions, maintaining the increase to stipends to coaches, maintaining the increase to student activities budget, and increased custodial staffing. In terms of other sustained investments, we added positions to support our students and families experiencing homelessness. This plan calls to maintain the addition of a housing navigator position, a McKinney-Vento community liaison, maintain the addition of a McKinney-Vento social worker. There's an existing McKinney-Vento foster youth liaison, and maintain our partnership with National Youth Law. In terms of our investments in newcomer students, maintain the addition of 2 newcomer teachers and the addition of 3 accelerated learning specialists that are focused on newcomer families and students. In terms of special education, maintain the programs and services to meet the direct needs of students with IEPs under IDEA, preserve funding for direct student supports and specialized instruction, ensure the continued access for specialized instruction and related services and accommodations, and sustaining compliance with federal and state education mandates, special education mandates. So maintaining our obligations to meet the needs of our special education students. So moving towards what the plan calls for in terms of reductions, it does call for reductions, including reductions in management, an administrator on special assignment position, a coordinator of health services position, and a supervisor of operations. In terms of some classifications, it calls to shift back to pre-COVID levels. So for our mental health staff, prior to adding positions in COVID, we had a 0.5 allocated to elementary, and we didn't have TK8s back then, but what we are proposing is to have 1 instead of 1.5 at the large TK8s, and then proposing at the high schools to move from 2 positions to 1 position. And then maintaining a 1 full-time position at the middle school. So while we are proposing reductions, no site would be without a mental health professional and to be able to serve the most acute needs of our students. It would just be back to a staffing level that was a pre-COVID staffing allocation. Similarly, community liaisons were increased from 0.5 at the elementary to 1.0 with COVID funding. The proposal calls for them back to a 0.5 position, so that's where one person usually is a full-time person is splitting between 2 sites. And we are proposing in this to eliminate at the high school level the community liaison positions. As you saw, we did add deans of students as well as lead safety officers positions at the high schools, and to maintain 1 at the middle schools, but it would mean 6 total positions. Did want to just highlight that the mental health 2 classification would be some of the positions that would be eliminated, along with a mental health 1, and some vacant either social worker or family service specialists. That classification was also added during the COVID times. Continuing on with moving to pre-COVID levels for some classifications, supervisory assistants, we would keep a lead supervisory assistant, but we would revert back to a formula-based model where schools with larger number of students, that it would be kind of a supervisory assistant per number of students. And so that would lead to some reductions in overall supervisory assistants. And then the full-time program leader, we had a number of positions that were full-time, so they would come during the school day, beyond the 5.5 hours that our current, many of our program leaders serve, and so those positions wouldn't, full-time positions would revert to 5.5 hours like the other program leaders positions that we have. And finally, as you saw, we added a number of school psychologists during COVID with the number enough to have, for most sites, to have a full-time psychologist. We would reduce by around a little over 4 positions, and it would be back to a model that we had previously where school psychologists are shared between sites based on the particular needs of students at the sites. Additional reductions, there are a few additional reductions we are proposing in this plan. One is we have some grants that are no longer funded, although we continue to fund positions. So 2 turnaround art schools, they had essentially a full-time music and a full-time art teacher. Those proposing to reduce the extra positions as that grant has gone away, has been gone for a while. We propose to move to a different model of intervention at the secondary level with the accelerated learning specialists. So that would mean for middle schools, traditional middle schools would be reduced, as well as at the large TK8s, they would still have 1, but it would be focused on the elementary students, not the middle school students, and then a vacant position reduction. In terms of middle school staffing, as I commented, the schools lost about 1/3 of their student population, but maintained staffing levels, and this proposal calls for a reduction of student records clerks at each of the middle schools to better reflect the staffing that is at currently larger elementary schools in terms of student numbers, as well as larger TK8s schools in terms of total student numbers. And then a vacant position in the business office is proposed to be reduced as well. So in conclusion, just want to reemphasize that all positions we feel play a vital role in the district, and therefore it's very challenging to make any type of reduction, and trade-offs are necessary between multiple things that are positive. We believe that the proposal maintains strategic investments at sites with many of the positions to continue to increase around school culture, safety, academics, enrichment, and still providing vital services to our students, although in some positions, as we've gone over, moving back to pre-COVID staffing levels. The reductions as outlined are shared between management, classified, shared in terms of non-classroom support staff, as well as certificated positions that are no longer grant funded. Do want to emphasize that these current reductions are for existing expenditures, so they do not account for any salary or benefits enhancements that are agreed upon in future negotiations. They're to make us on a path towards fiscal solvency 3 years out. And so further expenditures with salary and benefits or other expenditures, should unexpected expenditures occur, might necessitate revisiting this in future years. So I'll return to the timeline because I want to make clear to the public and to the board that we're still in the beginning stages here on January 27th of this draft plan. We have community engagement scheduled for the 29th, virtually and cabinet chat. We have another in-person scheduled for February 11th after the February 10th board meeting, and then do have a tentative schedule for the board to make a final decision on the 24th, which then gives us time to notify folks and go through that HR process prior to the March 15th deadline. So that's my presentation. I know it was a little bit long, but I think it was important to set the right context for everyone to hear and see, and I'll stand ready for questions or comments from the board and obviously from the public.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. Board, are there any questions on this item? Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Well, wait. Oh, okay, go ahead, sorry.
I just want to thank everyone for being here and being patient and waiting for this part of the meeting, because I think it allows us to have more exchange of information versus earlier in the meeting. So thank you for sticking around and for everyone that's online.
And thank you for the presentation, Dr. Diffenbaugh. This is really hard. As a parent who, try not to cry, has a student that accesses mental health on campus and feels comfortable to take herself to that office when she needs to, this is really, really hard to face. But having a school district that is fiscally healthy allows us to be stable for our students and protect them from more drastic changes in the future. I have a couple questions. With the mental health cuts, I'm looking at 9 staffing reductions in mental health and 4.6 in school psychology, but a maintenance in the special ed IEP realm. Will that then double dip in terms of the mental health people that have to be involved in IEPs? Will our non-IEP students be able to access these staff, or will they be completely inundated by supporting our special ed students?
Well, I'll have my team come help me to make sure that I don't misspeak. I mean, I think it will have an impact, but the mental health positions on site would not be solely focused on only special ed students. We have contracted out with Monterey County Behavioral Health in the past to provide those students special ed. As the funding has shifted and funding now goes to districts, we're looking at providing positions for those as well. But the reductions would have an impact, but would not mean that that mental health services are only for special ed students. You want to add anything I might have missed, or?
Hello. Yes, sorry. Yes, that's correct. So there's a few things with that. So all students, our whole district obligation under special education is child find. So whether a student's identified or not, if they have a social and emotional need, it is our obligation, regardless of the number of people we have, to continue to search, secure, assess, and then provide those services. So our school psychologists would be able to do that. In the proposed reductions, it's actually still above where we were pre-COVID. And so we will still have some robust services on site, but all things are going to also change, right? And we know that, and we'll make those adjustments. And we're looking and making those plans now to see like how sites are going to be impacted based on size and the total need they have. Counseling is part of the caseload for school psychologists when that's part of the consideration. The other thing I would welcome Mr. Everett here, but all of our sites continue to have the Tier 2, Tier 3 teams, and will process and support students through referrals through the mental health teams at their site. I do want to clarify with Monterey County Behavioral Health, that contract that we continue to support is solely for students, only on an IEP. They have to be Medi-Cal eligible, and even for some students psychiatrically connected, so they can continue to receive that level of medical support through Monterey County Behavioral Health. Okay. And one more thing, I apologize. With Dr. Diffenbaugh was saying, the funding has changed over the last few years, and we've been able to build some of our partnership between the MTSS department and special education. Is there are dedicated mental health therapists to support students on an IEP. I know your question was around the general ed side as well, but that's in addition to what the general ed side has.
I have another question. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm diving forward. The other question I had was in regards to ELO. There's talk of reductions in program leaders, and forgive my fumbles if I have them regarding what job titles people have. But I don't see any mention of site directors, and I'm pretty sure, at least at my children's site, that there's more than one site director, and why we're looking at, because the goal was to try to minimize reductions with people who have direct access to the students. And if we're going to maintain site sorry, I'm looking at my notes, site directors who don't have that direct access with the students and make reductions in the program leaders. I'm just wondering where the decision process was there.
Yeah, so I think it comes back to how the grant is funded and the requirements of the grant. So with the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, that grant can only pay for 5.5 hours of your program leader. So any hours beyond that then comes from a general fund allocation. Or the site director is considered different in the grant and allows you to fund the full-time site director. So the site director is grant funded, so it doesn't come from the general fund. So when we're looking for reductions in general fund expenditures, any reductions in terms of site directors does not, it would save grant money, but it wouldn't necessarily save general fund money. Whereas for those, I think it's 10 positions that are full-time, because the grant only allows you to expend 5.5 hours of grant funding towards those positions, that's where the rest of the expenditures come from.
Thank you. Not fun, but I appreciate the explanation.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, all right, so now we'll move to public comment on this item. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Board President Jennings, Board of Trustees, Dr. Diffenbaugh, and Cabinet members. I am Erin Bannock, a behavior technician at Marina High School, CACA Chapter 93 president, and a proud classified employee of this district for over 18 years. When district leadership first shared with CSEA that there were going to be layoffs, we were told it would be across the board at all levels. I was disheartened to see on the fiscal stabilization plan that while, yes, there were reductions in classified, certificated management, once again, the majority of the layoffs are laying on classified employees' backs. For classified employees, the current proposed reduction of FTE or full-time employment is about 36, and that's not 36 people, but because the majority of those layoffs are in classifications that are less than 8-hour employees, so they are less than 1 FTE. So instead of it being about 36 people, we're looking closer to 50 classified employees that will not have a job with this district in the fall. But it's not just those classifications who will be impacted. Because of the nature of classified employees, we often stay with our district for the majority of our careers and hold a variety of positions during that time. So it's not just these 9 classifications that are impacted, but in fact there's a possibility of at least 10 other classifications that could be impacted, all of which are student-facing positions. Every single one of those positions on that list are student-facing positions. Seeing those numbers coupled with the 3 management proposed eliminations is more than disheartening, it's infuriating. For a district that prides itself on being student-forward, why cut almost 50 positions who directly work with students every day? If this plan is to bring staffing to pre-COVID levels, then why only 3 management positions are being eliminated when there have been at least a dozen new management positions established over the last few years, and that's the list that April just handed out to you. And most likely more if we go back and look at pre-COVID levels, our numbers. So I'm asking you, our school board, to be more creative with this plan. Our students need classified employees. You heard from 2 already today who are worried about the support that they're going to have at their schools. Our students need our classified employees, and your schools won't open without us. There has to be a better way to stabilize our budget without having classified employees once again do the heavy lifting. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Bella Garcia. I know you have difficult decisions to make, and I know that you all will make the right decisions by putting the needs of your students first. So please, when the time comes to make those tough decisions, ask yourselves the following questions. Will this hurt a student's emotional well-being? Will this hurt a student's social well-being? And will this hurt a student's mental health? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, then please do not make those cuts. Thank you and have a good night.
Muy buenas noches. Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, staff, students, student representatives, and members of the public. My name is Gino Garcia, and I am a proud parent of 3 students. You just heard one. They're both attending Monterey High and Monte Vista. And full disclosure, I'm also council member for the city of Monterey. But tonight I'm wearing my parent hat because it's a very important topic. So I wanted to come over and share a couple of thoughts. I want to begin first with acknowledging all the great work that you all do. You all have done over the years incredible work to make sure that our students are getting what they need in order to be successful. So I wanted to start with that and say thank you and show appreciation for that. The difficult task that's in front of you, and if you read the headlines, you'll know that I feel your pain, is very layered, and at the end of the day, you'll need to make some cuts. That's understood. But just as the previous speaker mentioned and others in the public, I urge you to ask yourselves with every decision that you make, to what extent you'll be impacting negatively a student's success. To that end, I would urge you to please avoid as best as you can making any cuts to staff that support students with social emotional challenges, anything relating to art programming, and also community liaisons. I think there's a very important place for our liaisons in making those connections with community directly. Perhaps there are items on your budget that you can look at and try to create efficiencies that way. I didn't want to just come here and say, good luck with the cuts, right, and walk away and good night. I wanted to share a thought that in researching for tonight's point, I just wanted to bring up. Maybe you already do this, I don't know, but I thought that because we are neighboring other school districts, maybe there's an opportunity there to do maybe like cost-sharing agreements with them or something of the sort to try to reduce the burden of the cost and the services. So again, thank you so much for everything that you do, and I look forward to ongoing community engagement opportunities.
Sorry, let me get my notes here. Hi, my name is Andy Beeman. I'm a program leader at Monte Vista. I've been working for MPUSD for 9 years. And I just wanted to bring up that I urge the district not to cut the hours of the full-time program leaders. We are a vital part of our site's supervisory teams, and with our full-time positions, we have also had other duties. Speaking of for myself, I did push-in intervention small group math support in a 3rd grade classroom. So I just would like to bring up that those of us who are program leaders that are working full-time have a position that is very dynamic in that we have been having supervisory duties, but also because we have the paraprofessional qualifications, are available for any other duties during the school day, and the 8-hour position allows us to have more time to collaborate with school site staff and each other during our time before the program. Thank you.
Good evening.
I pulled a short straw for the mental health therapist, so I'm taking one for the team, literally. Good evening, President of the Board, board members, and Superintendent Diffenbaugh. I want to begin with an apology and honesty, is that standing before you is very intimidating for me, and truthfully a little scary. Public speaking is not in my comfort zone. But when someone comes to me and says, I'm scared, I don't know what to do, I want to die, I've been abused, I feel so alone. I'm not afraid, even though I'm crying. I'm not afraid. My name is Cheyenne Ringer, and I am a licensed marriage and family therapist, and I have been the mental health therapist at Marina High School for 10 years. During that time, I've had the honor and privilege of holding space for children and families during some of the most difficult times in their life. As therapists, we cannot speak about the nature of our work because of the confidential nature of it. We don't get to share stories, we don't get to share names. But I can tell you this with certainty: the absence of mental health services on campuses would be painfully obvious to our students, families, and community. And that is exactly what is being proposed with this physical stabilization plan. Cutting half of our team means cutting direct services to our most vulnerable populations. In a single academic year, one school-based therapist will see well over 100 students, parents, staff, all seeking support for trauma, crisis, grief, anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation. That kind of direct, personalized support doesn't stop at the individual. It creates a ripple effect that extends to our classrooms, families, and our broader community. Mental health resources across our peninsula are painfully stretched beyond capacity. Community providers have wait lists that easily exceed 6 months to a year. For many families, school-based services are not a supplement, they are the only access point. You will hear tonight about the deep concerns surrounding the loss of mental health services in our schools. You will also hear that we are part of a statewide program that allows our services to be reimbursed, and in fact, our team is projected to become a self-sustaining program. And yet, here we are. These cuts will not only impact children's immediate access to life-saving mental health support, they will also undermine a program with the potential to positively contribute to the district's fiscal deficit. I ask you to consider what it truly means to remove mental health professionals from school campuses and who will be left without the support when they do. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Minnie Elliott. I'm a licensed mental health therapist. I've been with the district about 6 years now. I want to speak today not just about positions or classifications, but about risk, sustainability, and the systems we are choosing to build, and what that system means for students, families, and the district as a whole. I've had the privilege of working at both Ord Terrace Elementary and Monterey High. I've sat with students just learning how to name their feelings, and with students navigating identity, grief, intense academic pressure, and the family and romantic relationship stress that often comes with adolescence. Different ages, different needs. But one truth is constant, and that's healing happens in relationships, and relationships require consistency. When licensed therapist positions are eliminated, the risk isn't abstract, it's operational. It creates a revolving door of clinicians. Talented therapists come in, gain experience, and then leave, not because they want to, but because there's no viable path forward. Over time, the district then becomes a training ground rather than a place to build expertise. That turnover carries real costs: onboarding, retraining, loss of institutional knowledge, and disrupted care. For students, it means losing trusted adults and starting over. For families already living with instability, consistency isn't a bonus, it is the intervention. There is also a critical financial reality here. Licensed therapists are one of the only categories of school staff that I know of who can bill insurance for services while remaining completely free to students and families. And I want to specifically acknowledge Branham and Tara, some of our supervisors, who have worked tirelessly to build and maintain these systems that make that possible. Because of that work, we are able to provide care for students with complex mental health needs without creating access barriers, and to bring in revenue that offsets district costs. When licensed positions are reduced, the district doesn't just lose experience and stability, it loses a funding stream. Most people who pursue licensure do so because they believe in service. We commit to years of training, supervision, and personal therapy to do this work well. We're not looking for a stepping stone. We are looking for a place to invest long-term, to grow roots, and to serve our community with consistency and care. This is a moment of choice. We can accept constant turnover, or we can build a system that values stability, retention, and long-term care. Investing in clinicians is both responsible and sustainable. If we want strong outcomes for students, we need stable, consistent adults in their lives. Supporting the people who serve them is how we build trust, stability, and a system that truly supports our students and families. Thank you.
Good evening, President, Board, and Dr. Diffenbaugh. My name is Claudia Welling, and I've been with the district since 2014. I'm deeply invested in this community. I'm here today to speak about the proposal to eliminate the MHT2 position and reduce our mental health department by 50%. I want to be clear about what this means in real terms. The decision will first be felt by students and families. Eliminating this position removes an entire layer of care. While both MHT1 and 2 clinicians provide direct counseling, eliminating MHT2 means losing licensed clinical care, high-level crisis response, behavioral planning, coordination with community providers, billing capacity, and broader SEL and PBIS supports. Of the 6 MHT2 clinicians, 3 of us with seniority will bump down to a non-licensed classification with a significant reduction in compensation. This devaluates the clinical evidence-based work required to meet complex student needs. The remaining 3 clinicians will lose their jobs. 11 clinicians will be left to serve an entire district. I respectfully ask the board to consider how a structure with 4 managers supporting a team of 11 affects the district's ability to prioritize direct services for students. This proposal disrupts a system that relies on the collective work of all MHTs to provide consistent, effective mental health support at a time when the challenges that families face in today's climate are anything but pre-COVID levels. Our community needs more support now, not less. It's important to communicate that our team recently began billing for a wide range of services. Between September and November of last year, our team generated nearly $300,000. At this rate, it's projected that we will generate around $2.5 million by June. We are a self-sustaining team, contributing to long-term sustainability. I would ask the district to disclose the total revenue generated to date by our team and to present updated figures in the spring, allowing reasonable time to demonstrate the sustainability of this new system. In a community where mental health wait lists are often months long, many parents work 2 to 3 jobs, transportation can be a real barrier, school-based services are often the only accessible mental health support, especially for families facing economic hardship, housing instability, or other systemic barriers to care. Under this proposal, clinicians bear an unsustainable workload, impacting the quality of care delivered to most of our vulnerable population. Burnout in our field is already high, and when teams shrink, burnout takes hold. Clinicians leave, low-paying positions go unfilled, resulting in fewer services for students already facing incredible challenges. I respectfully ask the board to consider the long-term impact on student access, staff sustainability, and the district's long-standing commitment to equity, mental health support that this community values so deeply. Thank you.
Good evening to our president, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, and the esteemed members of the board. My name is Kelly. I am one of the numbers you were just presented about. I am one of the mental health therapists serving here at MPUSD, one of the many positions proposed to be eliminated. Today we're advocating not simply for ourselves, we're advocating for the young and often very little voices that we have the pleasure and privilege of serving. We understand the impact firsthand of what this means for not only us, but for them, for our community's children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, families, and friends. Looking at the numbers, you may see something that makes sense, but we want to provide you more information to consider. In the last year, this academic year, we as the entire mental health team have been led to utilize the CYBHI California State Program, which allows us to bill for the services that we provide, with no effect to the clients or their families. That means it stays free for the families, but it earns the district revenue. Since November of last year, on November 12th, we were informed that we had earned near $300,000 in a couple of months. This is after some tech issues and challenges were addressed because the system needed to adjust in order to keep up with us. At a rate of $125 a session, with the cut of those 9 mental health therapist positions, you're cutting a potential yearly profit that is just shy of $1 million. Again, that is just in 1 year for just those 9 positions. When you multiply that by our current team, we have the potential to bring in about $2.5 million a year in revenue. Our mental health team has led the state of California in mental health support revenue, even being recognized as one of the top 3 school districts in California for the billing of services. Again, this is out of the 98% of counties that are participating in this program in California. A statement we have been told by our department, assistant superintendent, and superintendent. They have shared about our other districts throughout the state, reaching out to inquire about the success of our team and the guidance on how they may also do so. To then 5 working weeks later, being informed of a proposal which eliminates 9 of our positions leaves us with many questions. We respectfully ask the board to maintain the mental health therapist positions, allow us to not only help and serve the young lives and children of our community during the most historic mental health crisis, but allow us to continue to help the district in earning revenue so we do not continue to come across these issues, at the very least so profoundly. Many of us therapists have been clinically trained in systemic theories. We understand nothing exists within itself. Everything lives and exists within systems. What are we going to do to not only support our community, but to address the root causes of our challenges? We will not eradicate all issues, but we can definitively say that we, as the mental health team, will continue to have a positive impact on the trajectory of the district and our community, and most importantly, the mental health of our community's children. The decision you make regarding this proposal doesn't just affect budget, it will deeply impact. Can I finish? Impact individuals' livelihood, lives, and since suicide is the second leading cause of death from children 10 to 24, it can potentially be life or death. Thank you.
Good evening, President, board members, and Superintendent Diffenbaugh. My name is Brenda Perez, and I'm here to address the proposed classified cuts for the upcoming school year, specifically how they affect mental health services within our schools. Tonight, I come here before you wearing 2 hats. First, as a former student of this district, these schools shaped who I am. I sat in these classrooms, walked these hallways, and I was supported by classified staff who saw me not just as a student, but as a person, and they allowed me to feel valued and cared for. Second, I'm here as a current mental health therapist serving the students in this same community. This role is not just a job to me. It's deeply personal. I chose to come back to this district because I believe in giving back to the community that helped raise me. I know the challenges our students face because I grew up alongside them. I know the families, the neighborhoods, and the realities that don't disappear when this school day ends. It would be challenging to operate how we used to before the pandemic, attempting to staff as we did during pre-COVID times. Yet the world looks completely different. We see the ways in which things have played out globally, in our country, and even in our local communities. More than ever before, our students need a safe place to feel safe, heard within our schools. Mental health support is not optional for our students, it is essential. Every day, we work with students experiencing anxiety, depression, trauma, and grief, and crisis that directly impacts their ability to learn, to feel safe, and stay engaged in school. For some students, school-based mental health services are the only support they have access to. Cutting classified mental health positions doesn't just reduce the services, it removes lifelines. These cuts would mean longer wait times, fewer check-ins, and less capacity to respond to crises. It would mean students falling through the cracks because there simply aren't enough professionals to meet their needs. When mental health support is reduced, the ripple effects are immediate. You see increased behavioral issues, decreased attendance, and lower academic rates, and more students will be struggling silently. As someone who once sat in these classrooms, I can say with certainty that students remember the adults that show up for them during the hardest moments. As a therapist now, I see how early intervention and consistent support can change the trajectory of a child's life. I understand that budget decisions are very complex, and I really don't take that lightly. But I urge you to consider the human cost of these cuts. Mental health therapists are expendable. We are essential partners in student success, safety, and well-being. I stand here because I deeply care about this district, this community, but most importantly, the students. Please protect the services that protect the students. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the time. My name is Selena Mendez, and I'm also one of the mental health therapists serving at one of the elementary schools here at MPUSD, or Terrace Elementary in Seaside is my current placement. Today, I stand here before you to advocate for myself, my fellow colleagues, our students, their families, the community, and honestly for MPUSD as well. The proposed cuts affect all of us. The speeches before me spoke to many of the effects these cuts will have for us all, so I would like to share something more personal. I can safely say all of my MHT colleagues not only spend most of our day physically present, but also emotionally present. Being physically and emotionally present implies a genuine and conscious connection where the mind and the body act in unison. This ability allows for active listening, empathy, clear management of one's own emotions, and greater receptivity to others' needs, going beyond mere physical presence. As a mental health therapist, we have an opportunity to foster secure attachment and emotional regulation. We help validate emotions without judgment, which builds self-worth, trust, and resilience, which then lead to better mental health, reduced anxiety, improved empathy, and stronger, healthier future relationships. Straight from our MPUSD beliefs, I quote, "We believe that supportive and caring relationships are essential to our community." I take huge pride in saying the following. At one point, my entire family, my husband, my father, my sister, 2 brothers, a niece, a nephew, and 2 of my in-laws and myself are all MPUSD employees. Out of the 10 of us, 7 are still working for MPUSD. So when I say MPUSD is like a second home, I mean it. My family and I are true believers of the vision, mission, and goals of MPUSD. The first member of my family to be employed by MPUSD was hired in 2003. I myself started working here in 2010. Straight from our MPUSD board goals, I quote goal number 2, recruit, develop, and retain a diverse, high-quality staff. I would like to believe that we can all agree mental health therapists fall amongst the high-quality staff we as a district aim to employ and retain. So I end my speech with a plea. Please reconsider the current proposed mental health therapist cuts. I beg that you take all of our speeches into consideration to make the best decision for all of us. My colleagues and I would love the opportunity to choose to maybe one day retire from MPUSD like my father. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jennifer Fenton. I'm the Executive Director of the Equine Healing Collaborative. If you're not familiar with my organization, we provide equine-assisted psychotherapy to members of the community who are needing mental health services. Our organization has a very, very long relationship with Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, whether that is through receiving referrals, treating your staff, treating your students, or just sharing information all the way up to our programs that we offer in your school. So one of those programs is called Mini Horses, Big Feelings. And during this program, one of the things that I do is I do a very brief presentation on mental health. And what I do is I talk to students who actually listen to me because I have 2 horses behind me. I talk to students and I ask them to identify and define what mental health is. And so we go through this conversational process regarding that, and then I invite them to do a mindfulness activity with our mini horses behind us, which they do, and all of your students absolutely love, absolutely love. But the last part of that presentation includes information on how to ask for help, and who do you identify and who do you ask for help. And one of the things that I tell students all the time is that they have counselors in their school to ask for help. And I would like to be able to continue to tell your students that that is actually true, okay? I understand that, previously you guys had a certain number of staff, but I'm letting you know that you were woefully understaffed before COVID, woefully understaffed. And in fact, I would even argue that you are still woefully understaffed when it comes to the needs of students in this county and in your school district. I'm letting you know that people will lose their lives if you guys make these cuts to mental health positions. With that said, I'd like to offer you some solutions, right? Because of course, I understand I run a business and the math has to math. So I'd like to offer some solutions. The first thing is I think that it would be really important for you to go to Healthy Campus and try to negotiate a higher rate. You have clinicians who have the capacity to generate revenue. Take advantage of that. That's number one. Number two, you are an exempt organization according to the Board of Behavioral Sciences, which means that you can develop contracts with local colleges or colleges all over the country, because I know this because I've done it, and you can actually bring trainees on who can then bill. And trainees are unpaid positions. So this is essentially going to be free money for your school and to support your mental health programs. The last thing that I'll say, and I just say this as somebody who makes sure that as an administrator, my number one priority is my staff and not me. So cut your pay or reduce your pay, and that'll take care of that.
Good evening. My name is Celeste Guzman, and I'm speaking today as a classified employee and a mental health therapist serving at Dual Language Academy of Monterey Peninsula. How many of you have ever spoken with a 10-year-old or a 5-year-old? They're often creative in a way that adults are not. Not all of us have met someone struggling with thoughts of suicide. Have you ever imagined a person with suicidal thoughts being 3 feet tall or 10 years old? Removing free access to mental health support and special education services on our campuses places our students at a great risk. With the proposal's first wave of layoffs, I have personally witnessed and reverenced how this department has provided immediate mental health support to students with high needs who just missed the IEP qualifications and who cannot access insurance, while other mental health providers in the community often have a 6-month wait list or don't accept Medi-Cal. With a state initiative, this department is capable of generating millions in yearly revenue to fund itself and support our families, students, educators, psychologists, staff, and administrators. Please consider giving us time to collecting these funds from the state instead of removing almost half the staff working directly with students and leaving our community with fewer bilingual support members. This budget proposal attempts to return our budget to pre-COVID times, but that is simply not the world we live in anymore. This department dedicates itself to reducing barriers to lifelines in our community. Insurance should not be this distinguishable factor between care and chaos. The students need you now so that they can have a brighter future tomorrow. Thank you for your awareness and dedication to protecting our students' well-being.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and community partners. My name is Allie Ashby, and I serve at the preschool sites, and 20% of my time is spent with kinder or TK students. I'm here to speak in support of school-based mental health services and the therapists who provide them, because we are an integral part of the school system, and this district has built something truly worth preserving. The board has invested in a continuum of mental health support from preschool through high school. Students and teachers have had access to care that helps them regulate, heal, and fully access their education. Mental health therapists don't just carry caseloads. We provide check-ins, consultations, and site-specific support. We know our schools, our students, and our communities. We are needed at each site. Please don't remove the full-time therapists at each site. Our work is relational and individualized. I have personally seen students increase their level of functioning and engagement in school as a direct result
of this role. The benefits extend beyond the individuals to families, classrooms, and the broader school community. As a two-tier intervention as mental health therapists, we often prevent the need for more intensive Tier 3 services, which come at a significantly higher cost, emotionally, educationally, and fiscally. In addition, we also support Tier 3 and IEP therapy, as we've heard earlier about IEP therapists, and have taken over the role of previously outsourced MCBH therapists in many aspects. Therefore, preserving therapists at each site allows this district to meet its goals of improving student outcomes and closing performance gaps by supporting access to learning through emotional well-being and mitigating the costs of more intensive interventions. Mental health therapists also support staff. We contribute to PBIS, provide psychoeducation, consult on best practices, and help teachers respond effectively to student needs. We, just speaking for myself on student needs, like we know the developmental ages and how to engage students with their differing presentations. Retaining these positions directly supports the board's goal of recruiting and retaining high-quality staff, and with proposals to shift school psychologists primarily toward assessment and with some positions at risk, the presence of adequately staffed mental health therapists becomes even more critical to ensure students across the full continuum of need, from general education to special education, continue to receive appropriate support. Another board priority is fiscal solvency. The mental health therapist role is one of the few student support services that can generate revenue through insurance billing without charging families. Beyond individual sessions, there is growing capacity to bill consultations, classrooms, presentations, and preventative services. This creates flexibility and sustainability to, I'll just finish my sentence if that's okay, to expand the impact.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Burke, and I am a school psychologist at Monte Vista. I've been working in the district for 4 years now, and I feel it's important with what has been shared with the fiscal stabilization plan to just give some insight into what a role of a school psychologist is on a daily basis in all of our schools. Not only do we provide mental health support through counseling or check-ins, we offer support with crisis, whether that's threat and risk assessments, students that are presenting with suicidal ideation or self-harm ideation. We conduct assessment for special education, which includes just the testing, but also analyzing data, writing reports, developing student-centered recommendations, and presenting at IEP meetings. We offer behavioral support through functional behavioral assessments, develop behavior intervention plans, and also manage those plans. We teach coping skills, self-regulation skills, and we co-regulate with students that are escalated at any given moment. And we consult with staff and related service providers. We also bill for services, and we are a part of Tier 2-3 teams at our sites. But something that's really important to me, not only in my role as a school psychologist, is that I'm also a young mother. And I wish that when my son is of age to go to school and may need supports, whether it's through special education or mental health services, that he has access to those things, just like our students in our schools now should have access to. Not only that, but I was a child who accessed mental health services when my dad passed away when I was very young. And those services meant everything to me. They were extremely important. And I don't know if I would be where I am today without those services, which is why I am in the role that I am in now, because it's important. Mental health is health, and special education is essential, which is why our students are very deserving, and our roles are essential and important in providing students those services for their needs. Not only is continuity as service providers essential, but another big part of our role is connecting not only with students, but with families. We do a lot in our teams as IEP members to ensure that students are at the center, whether that is with mental health support or with our special education services. And kids thrive off of these services and need to have access to them. And cutting positions is going to limit access to these essential services to meet these children's needs. So I plead with you, again, mental health is health and special education is essential. And I hope that resonates. Thank you.
Good evening to you all. My name is Alexa Alvarez, and I am the mental health therapist at Martin Luther King School of Arts. I was hired in December prior to the winter break. In my short time at the elementary school, I have conducted multiple risk assessments, meaning students are reporting they no longer want to be alive, or they're reporting self-harm urges. In my time there as well, I've also conducted threat screeners, meaning there has been a potential threat to others' safeties. My concern with reverting to pre-COVID staffing is we do not know when a student will experience suicidal ideations or when a crisis will arise. For example, from one full-time mental health therapist at one school to one therapist coming to schools just isn't effective. This means less availability, less consistency, and slower responses when students need support right away. This also puts more pressure on teachers and administrators who already rely on mental health staff to help support students and maintain a safe learning environment, who also do not have the training to conduct a safety risk assessment or threat screener. I understand that budget decisions are difficult, but reducing mental health staffing has long-term consequences for students' well-being, school safety, and academic success. If we truly care about supporting the whole child, mental health staffing needs to remain a priority. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider these reductions and think about what this will do to the school as a whole, students, and families. I would like to share a quick story. Last week, like I mentioned, I've only been here for a short time. I stayed with the student until 6 p.m. because he was having some suicidal ideations and his mother was not able to leave school. My concern is when this happens again, who is going to be there with that student at that time? I would like you guys to consider this question: who's going to pick up the slack when mental health therapists are not available for the students who are asking for support? Thank you.
Good evening, President of the Board, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Diffenbaugh. My name is Wendy Everett, and I am a mother of 3 in MPUSD, and I'm a teacher 23 years in. They all spoke so well of the mental health piece. I don't need to echo that, except for from a teacher's perspective, the climate in our classrooms have changed dramatically since COVID. We are looking at really interesting and extreme behaviors in our classrooms, and we just aren't trained to do that. Like, we're there to teach kids academics, but we have a lot of kids coming to our classrooms that just don't even have their basic needs met, and they can't access curriculum unless they are getting their mental health needs met, they're getting their special ed needs met. So we as teachers, we're in classroom with kids that have pretty extreme behaviors, and we are trying to protect them and the other kids in those scenarios, and we need our mental health therapists and we need our school psychologists, because we love our kids and we want to do everything we can for them, but we have 25, 26, 32 of them in a classroom, and we need their support. We go to them all the time and ask them about specific students and how do we maintain this student that's about to throw chairs or is screaming or threatening lives. This is how the behaviors have increased post-COVID. So I encourage you guys to rethink these cuts, because not only is it the mental health therapist, but it goes all the way down to everybody at the school, to even supervisory assistants. Like, we all are dealing with these behaviors. So I just want to encourage you to think about those things. And we can't go back to pre-COVID. There is no pre-COVID. Our 5-year-olds are the kids that were born in COVID. In the last 5 years, and I've taught TK-12. I've taught everybody. I taught in an inner city high school where the violence was predictable. It was scary, but it was completely predictable. This is not predictable. And the biggest impact on mental health are our littlest ones. And they're the ones that are coming out from being born in COVID, which was 19 months in California. I never want to go back. But they're the ones really struggling with social, emotional, academics, families. We can't go back to that. We don't want to go back to that, and we want to be able to help our students, and we need all of these people in order to do that. So thank you. I've been here a decade. It's been phenomenal. I'm so proud of the work that we've done here. But I also want to encourage you just to go to the school sites and talk to the office staff and the principals and the supervisors and the teachers. Ask them how they feel about the current climate, and then also your constituents. Not everybody knows that they can come here and present. So if you would reach out and have those opportunities for public comment, that'd be really amazing. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Jennings, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, Board of Trustees, and Cabinet members. My name is April Celestino, and I've been an MPUSD classified employee for 13 years. I also serve as CSEA's first Vice President. While I understand the difficult decisions that MPUSD is facing with a projected $4 million deficit and is attempting to reduce staffing levels to pre-COVID numbers, it is important to recognize that no matter what happens, the impacts of COVID will continue to be a factor when supporting our students. The district made choices to expand programs and positions using temporary funds, despite knowing that those funds were not sustainable. Now the consequences of those decisions are being placed disproportionately on student-facing classified positions. I want to remind the board and the district of their stated commitment to equity. Equity is about being fair and just by recognizing and addressing inequalities. Balancing the budget on the back of classified employees, many of whom are the least paid and who work closest with the students, is not equity. As this plan is currently drafted, approximately 40 or more classified positions are slated for reduction or elimination. At the same time, only 3 high-paying management positions are being eliminated. That imbalance raises serious questions about whose work is truly being valued. I ask you to reflect on how this aligns with the district's commitment to equity. One example that I can give is how does it demonstrate equity to eliminate 9 student and family service-facing positions, the roles that directly support our most vulnerable students and families, while maintaining the expanding management positions that were created to supervise those same roles. Cuts of this nature impact employees who are closest to the students and who often pay the least, while preserving higher paid management roles. That is not equity, and that is not the message the district should be sending to its staff, students, or community. These cuts don't happen in a vacuum. They will be felt in classrooms, on campuses, and by students and family who rely on these services every day. I respectfully urge the district and the board to reassess this plan and pursue solutions that truly reflect MPUSD's values and its commitment to fairness and equity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've gone way over our time per item, but we're going to continue because this is important and we need to hear it. So I'll now go to public comment online and ask for, I believe it's Moses Rico. Go ahead and unmute and go ahead.
Hi, hello. I'm Moises Rico. I'm not sure if you could see me. I tried to turn on the camera. Yeah, try to turn it. I work at Central Coast High, I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm a licensed clinician, as a mental health therapist too, and that's one of the positions that is proposed to be eliminated. I just want, a lot of my colleagues talked about a lot of more specifics on macro, meso things, and I just wanted to address more on just the, more of the micro. And, you know, before I came to MPUSD, I worked at the county emergency room, psychiatric ward, the outpatient clinic with severe conditions. And prior to that, I started practicum at a school, so I wanted to go back to a school and do preventative work. One of the things at Central that I've noticed is a lot of the students that are there are transferred from other schools because they have the higher needs. And, you know, with the tier 2, 3 that we look at the district, there, what is say, you know, it's like tier 4. And then within there, there's a higher population that we could say the tier 3 of the Central. And one thing I could tell you is, you know, I'm bilingual, and a lot of the families there speak Spanish. And I think when they hear a person that could approach them culturally and talk about what's going on with their child and be able to help them with understanding mental health, is really beneficial to the community and to the students. And so I think when we just eliminate positions without considering like the community or how it impacts marginalized populations and disenfranchised populations, it's really impactful. And you heard about how our team is going to be self-sustained. And when you eliminate staff with high clinical skills for the benefit of a budget, I think it's detrimental to the community. You know, I got this brochure from the Blue Shield saying that mental health is important, from the Center of Disease and the California U.S. Department of Education. So, you know, there's information being sent out to families about mental health matters, and I will show you this, but, you know, I don't have the camera on, but I just would like to urge you to reconsider and, you know, keep mental health in the district as accessible as it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to, I believe it's Yessie Fake.
Good evening, board members and president and Mr. Diffenbaugh. As a parent, former student, and community member, I'm deeply concerned about the proposed layoffs and budget cuts that impact our student-facing services. At a time when students' needs are increasing, eliminating direct support is short-sighted and puts students at a greater risk. These roles are already overextended and are essential to students' mental health, safety, and ability to learn. Cutting them undermines students' right to a safe and supportive education. Before eliminating positions that directly serve students, I urge the district to closely examine higher level and administrative budgets, including leadership salaries. It is deeply concerning that students facing services are being cut while minimal reductions are made at the top. Decisions like this have real consequences. With mental health supports, our removed students' well-being is jeopardized, and the district bears responsibility for ensuring student safety. I urge you to prioritize students, protect critical supports, and reconsider these cuts. Our students deserve stability, care, and access to services they need to succeed. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Andrea Ballesteri.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hearing us all. I know it's been a long night. I am reaching out to you in dual capacity this evening as both a parent and as a teacher in the district. My son attends Seaside Middle as a 7th grader and has been a recent recipient of counseling services, which were his only option as counseling services, seeing as how we are unable to have insurance provide those kinds of things for him. It's been very helpful, and we're grateful for the support that we've gotten there. I know that our district is facing financial struggle. It's all over the news everywhere. As a parent and a teacher, we see it affecting multiple districts across our state. Tough decisions are having to be made everywhere, which I'm not envious of anybody in the decision-making capacity to have to do that. I can't begin to imagine the pressure felt to strive to make ends meet in every direction. It's difficult just as a single parent doing that for a family. I can't imagine doing it for an entire district. When I think about families and I think about the families I work with and the ones in our district everywhere, I think about structure. As adults, we provide the structure in our families, in our households. Sometimes we take on added stress as parents to lessen the impact on our kids and families. We know there's strength in structure, which makes me think of a Jenga game. If you will, imagine a Jenga tower right before you start the game. It's solid on every level. It's great. Everything's in the best capacity. To stay structurally sound, you need to keep your foundation strong. What makes Jenga unstable? Removing bricks from the bottom. When the foundation is weak, the tower will be likely to fall. So how do we prevent this? Do we strengthen the top or do we support the bottom? When we liken this to a school, the layers are built of students and staff, such as teachers, counselors, custodians, office staff support, cafeteria members, and so on. In Jenga games, each block is a whole and in good condition. This is not the case with humans. Our blocks are not always whole, and they rely on one another for support. Our students rely on teachers, counselors, and all school staff to help when they need it. They come to school with their own Jenga towers, and sometimes we are their only foundation. When we remove their layers, they fall. Counselors are an integral part of their foundation. When we remove integral parts of their foundation, their structure weakens. Our schools already have a weakened foundation with lack of music, art, and PE teachers on multiple sites. Reducing counselors shaves layers off students. Our district is top heavy with a solid roof. No collapsing building was ever happy to say it had a strong, heavy roof while it collapsed under pressure. Looking at cuts, it seems that we need to make sacrifices from the top down, not the bottom up. Thank you. I know I'm out of time.
Thank you. Now we'll go to, I believe it's pronounced First.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Great. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Betty Lusk, PK. I know it's a long night. I'll try to be fast. I'll read quick. I know how deeply everyone here values our students and overall well-being, mental health. And I'll echo what everyone else has been saying. I know these are financial struggles across the country, but the consequences are huge, and it's not, we can't just make this about money. It's safety, student well-being, and belonging. At my current site, there have been years where our therapist carried at least 5 students just from my single classroom. And we've had some rough years. For many of those students, a therapist provided one of the only places they felt safe, and they really needed that connection. They felt seen, heard, and supported when they did not have that at home. We've seen ranges of student needs in my classroom, at our site, across our district. We see abuse, neglect, extreme cases of anxiety, depression. And in addition to dealing with all of those very, very heavy things, at an elementary school, our therapist also holds classes, teaches social skills, builds community, helps students work through problems, teaches them skills like life skills, which are so valuable. These things have long-term impact, and it's such strong prevention. At an elementary school, we know, these are just issues at an elementary school, but we know as students move up in the grades, get older, move on to middle school and high school, these struggles, if left unaddressed, can intensify. So if we don't provide the strong, consistent support and early on, those later years are so much harder. And just as a teacher, I try to we build great relationships. We do second step. We teach SEL. We're in it every day. We care so much about the student well-being, but we are not trained therapists, and we can't offer that. With a full class loads, we just cannot offer that. We really need the support of these therapists. They help us so much every day. I know our district cares about mental health. When I think back to COVID, I was so proud of our district, rightly prioritizing relationships and mental health during that time. I'm feeling a little shocked that we might be forced to pivot so sharply in the opposite direction because of budget concerns. And I know we don't want to, but it's just so terrifying. I really think we should consider what other pockets we can pull from, or if we can prioritize, like possibly just less cuts. Who can we keep on that team as much as we can? This is really not an area we should shortchange our students, especially the most vulnerable ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Petra Brown.
Good evening. My name is Patria Brown, and I've been in this district teaching for, actually, this is my 21st year. And over that time, I have really been proud to see the development and the growth of our social and emotional learning and the support of our students' mental health. Their emotional well-being has been prioritized. And for years now, I've been speaking to teacher friends and parents of kids from other districts who lament that there are just not enough emotional support available at their schools. And I proudly stated that MPUSD is in the business of caring for students, both academically and emotionally. I'm disappointed to say that I feel so disheartened and to hear that this proposal to significantly cut our funding for MTSS, a proposal that's looking to cut the funding for the boots on the ground workers, is a problem. I want you to all know that counselors, psychologists, mental therapists, and so on, they're crucial. They are a critical component of education. As you've heard from other teachers, my job is to teach, but the reality of the matter is that our students live in a world that's becoming more and more complicated every day. Not just globally or nationally, even local events are happening that disrupt the emotional and mental health of all of us. Now imagine being a 6-year-old, a 10-year-old, or even a 17-year-old and told to sit down and learn with everything going on. When we're in a state of heightened emotions, no one can learn. If we choose to eliminate the core people that support the emotional well-being of our students, we are choosing to lose our students. I implore you to care for our students' overall well-being. Be creative to find a different solution for these needed budget cuts. The previous levels of staffing pre-COVID was not sufficient. And in our current post-COVID world, it will not be sufficient moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give one more last call for public comment on this item before I come back to the board. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and come back to the board. Board, are there any questions or comments on this item? Trustee Velasquez.
So like Dr. Lusk, I wanted to hear from the staff first. I'm having an internal conflict with this. I'll explain. On January 19th, I attended the Martin Luther King celebration, and I had sat with a parent who explained to me that her child was dealing with some anxiety and just basically reacting to what had happened on January 18th, which we're all aware of in the city of Marina. And she had asked, based on what happened, because a lot of children here locally were affected indirectly. They actually did not even know the individual that lost his life that day. But she was noticing in regards to her son that he basically is now scared of law enforcement and was wondering if he was going to die too. And so she asked if we had services, to which I said, of course, all of our sites have mental health services available to students. And the thing is we have a lot of children right now, our students, that are dealing with this, not just in regards to the local death, but in regards to Renee Good. And at that time, it was just Renee Good and Robert Porter. Mr. Preddy had not lost his life yet. But a lot of our students, in seeing this coverage of these deaths, are being indirectly affected. And my promise to her was that I would, in my board member request at the end of tonight's meeting, basically say, yes, I will definitely bring that up and ask that, you know, one of her requests was that she wanted to know what resources we had and if that could be sent out via Parent Square to all parents to let them know, like, this is what we have if your student is having these feelings. So I said I would do that. And then, of course, when we got our packet for the meeting, it was like, wow, okay. So ergo my internal conflict. I'm still going to make the request because I keep my word to our stakeholders when I give it to them. But this is very hard for me. I'll leave a pin in that. And then what I wanted to say is, being a student that came from MPUSD, I graduated the class of 95. I barely graduated. And that was due to, luckily, my dance teacher and a teacher by the name of Mr. Swartz, that because of an assignment that gave me 2 points to get a passing grade in his class, which gave me a 2.0, which allowed me to graduate. Had he not taken that time with me, I would not have graduated high school. And I am a former GATE student, and I had college prep classes in high school. But due to various traumas over that 4 years in regards to a friend committing suicide, losing friends in drive-bys, my brother being incarcerated, and also my own police traumas, I stopped going to school. I stopped participating. And at that time, we didn't have mental health services. And so had it not been for those 2 teachers, I would not have graduated. And I've shared this before with Dr. Lusk, but had it not been for them, I wouldn't have graduated. So again, this is why it was very hard for me when I got the packet to see that, you know, and then also being the mom of a special needs child. So I'm just hoping that there is something that we can do, some sort of safety net or like one of our staff said, you know, trying to save as many positions as we can, but just something that we can do, because being one of those students that, you know, almost fell through the cracks, it's important. So I'm hoping that there's something that we can do.
Thank you. Board, any other comments? Go ahead, Trustee Ostow.
I was really surprised to hear how much revenue our mental health professionals are bringing to the table with billing. With these recommendations, is that number being factored in to the equation, and what the impact of losing those revenues will do if we cut those positions? Another question I had is, just from my own knowledge, is there a difference in what the different levels of therapists can bill, with whether it's level 1 or level 2 or trainee? Are they able to bill the same amount to insurance? And then I like the idea that our city council member Gino brought up about looking to other communities in our immediate area in the era of mutual aid. I feel like mental health for our students is something that's so critical that maybe we can reach out to be really creative on how to help support our students through other school districts or other creative ideas.
Thank you. I think my recommendation would be that we come back with a more of a full report of the CHBYI. No, I'm sorry, I get it wrong every time. Because it's something new, it's somewhat complex. We have been definitely on the forefront of it. The state has not necessarily upheld their end of the bargain to date, not to say that they wouldn't in the future. So I think it would be better to have a full presentation on it than to try to give you kind of piecemeal answers. That would be my recommendation. Unless, Donnie, you want to talk at all about that?
I think, okay, I'll just answer one of your questions. You'd asked about whether or not the different classifications are able to bill the same. So yes, both classifications are able to bill services the same, and the services are set by a fee schedule. So the state actually sets the amount depending on the service that is already set for that. But yeah, we can bring back more information.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Lusk.
Thank you. That certainly was one of my questions, and thank you for the fact that you'll be bringing that back to us, a full report back to us, Dr. Diffenbach. Mental health is essential. It's just like reading and writing and arithmetic at this time. Pre-COVID, I think about the services that were provided then, and they weren't enough. And certainly going back to pre-COVID is not going to address the needs of our students at this time. I am personally aware of the severe needs of our young students, our elementary students, through community activities in our churches. You hear the stories of our students and what they are dealing with now. It's unreal. And so what is our plan? You know, with the proposed reductions, what is our plan to address providing the services and the support that our mental health staff is providing now? How are we proposing to fill the gap for those students at all of our schools within the district, elementary, middle, and high schools? That's what I need to hear. If we're proposing to cut, how are we going to fill the gap? How are we going to provide those services that our students critically need at this point? I need to know what the plan is. Secondly, I'd like to ask the list that was distributed. I'd like to ask how many of these positions are grant paid, grant compensated. Not tonight. I'd like to have that brought back as well. Thank you all for your time tonight. I truly wanted to hear from you before speaking. We are not, our classrooms are not what they were pre-COVID. They're not today what they were pre-COVID. Our children, our families are seriously in need of support in all areas, food insecurity, mental health. All of that is a barrier to the academic success that we are mandated to provide for every child. We are today social workers and mentors and everything, classroom teachers. I just applaud you for all the work that you do, those that are online and those that are here. Yes, the funding is a barrier at this point. If we don't have the grants, we can't pay for those positions. But how else can we address meeting the needs of those students that will fall through the cracks if we don't provide the services that they need? So I won't go on, but I want to really hear how we plan to address the needs of our students. If we cut these positions, I want to know how many of these positions are grant supported. And also, as Councilman Gino stated, the cost-sharing agreements with other districts is an avenue that we can examine, but we must support our students' success, and it sounds like very clearly that will not occur if we cut all these positions. So I need to know what Plan B is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lusk. Mr. Eugene?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to concur with so much what's been said and thank the people that are telling the story. I mean, it's easy to say don't cut and all this kind of stuff, but to hear the personal stories and how much we know, but it's so valuable to see people come out. And I concur with Dr. Lusk. We need to make sure that we know COVID, as bad as it was, it did make us realize what we need to do better. And this world is so changing and so complicated. I concur with Dr. Lusk. We need to find a way. There will be cuts. I mean, but we need to do it smartly. We need to come up with responses because we've identified the need. We know what's needed. And I don't think money can be just the sole determining factor. We need to be smart. We have a lot of smart people that work within the district. And that includes our entire staff, classified, certificated, the public. We need to work together and come up with solutions so we don't lose a single child and that we take care of everyone. And I know it's complicated, but it's one of the things that we have to do, and we will. And I will make my pledge that we will do our effort to support as much as we can. But there are difficult decisions that are going to have to come down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanders.
Yes, thank you. Just expanding on the questions, I haven't seen any alternatives to this, and I'd like to see some in terms of how to structure the budget. I don't know how many, but there have to be other ways. I'm also curious about and unsure if there are any such measures, but you can't manage what you're not measuring. And I'm wondering if there are any outcome measures for the pre-COVID mental health outcomes for students, the current outcomes for students, and what the predicted outcomes are for students. I come from a public policy background myself, and this is the only way you can begin thinking about it at a bureaucratic level if you're a bureaucrat. Because you can't really measure the worth of mental health staff against administrative staff. And I will point out that if we're able to ask these questions of staff, we need to have well-qualified staff at the administrative level to answer the questions so we can make good decisions. And so it's not easy to say we should cut admin instead of mental health staff. It's not easy to say either one. There's no easy solution. I can't imagine that there is. And I'd like to imagine that those same staff have spent some time considering how the mental health programs can be self-sustaining. And if they haven't, as carefully as they could, then I would encourage that indeed. And I think we've already gotten some requests for that. So all in all, I want you all to know that I feel the heaviness of what you do. I grew up with a therapist for a father, and I think he gave me tools that I didn't even know he was giving me growing up. So the privileges that I had are not the same as the lives experienced by your students, by you. I understand to the best of my ability, and I really am grateful for all of you sharing. So I look forward to finding more information about this, alternative plans potentially to consider, so that we can make the best choice for these students, for the staff, faculty, everybody involved.
Thank you. Student Trustee Hernandez.
I'm sorry, is this on? Okay. So as a student trustee, I understand the importance of making budget cuts, especially on the remarks of mental health. But as a student, I cannot just stay silent on this matter as well. And I think it's really important that we reconsider, obviously, possible alternatives regarding this as a student of advocacy on mental health. It's really hard to envision what this budget cut can do. And then also seeing so many advocates speaking on this matter, it really does bring the attention on the importance of this budget cut. Sorry. It is kind of a sensitive topic, but I did want to bring my voice into this. And I do want to say thank you to everyone who was speaking on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Student trustee Dirksen.
Okay, so yeah, I do want to acknowledge, like, I did hear a lot about the reasons behind why we are cutting or looking at cutting staffing positions. But, you know, here I applied for this position to represent students. I've talked to so many different people, and I'm really here to represent them. And personally, it was really hard to watch, like, a therapist. You know, I visited at my school talking here today about it because especially as a DP student and a lot of other students who, you know, try really hard in school, which we have a lot of. School, it's hard to balance all those different things in your head. And so having that therapy and that space to speak about that has really given me the opportunity to do all that I can today and to really help other people. Like, with everything that I'm, like, balancing and juggling right now, I don't really know how that would be possible without having that type of support. And even I kind of feel, like, guilty just listening about what's happening because, you know, I have friends who I've, like, recommended to go to school therapists. And it's just kind of like, you know, already having that in place and they have regular meetings and hearing about what may be happening is very worrying to me. And I created a whole list and I met with the principal and I spoke with different clubs like the Critical Issues Forum, which we have at Monterey High School, about what I envisioned to do with the help of them because I feel like I'm representing them. And one of them was to provide mental health services to, you know, recognize students who are just, like, not high-achieving students, but students that have a lot on their plate. And whether that be at Seaside High School in their honor roll, Marina High School in their National Honor Society, or Marina High School, or other, like, elementary schools that recognize their students. I think mental health, it has a big space, and why MPUSD students are able to accomplish so much and why a lot of them are successful, and also the performance gap. A lot of, like, that would be a solution in keeping it less severe than it could be. I think that, yeah, mental health services are very critical, not just personally, but every person in high school I know, mental health is a really big issue that I think we need to support. Thank you.
Thank you. I concur with the rest of the board that hopefully we have a plan B, or we'll come up with a plan B. I see mental health therapists almost monthly. It helps. It's kept me out of some dark places. I appreciate everything you guys do out there for our kids. They need you, we need you. So thank you for coming. We appreciate your input, and I'm sure staff appreciates your input, and hopefully we can come up with a plan B. Thank you. Okay. Now we can move on to superintendent's report. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, I think given the time, I'm wondering if you want to move forward and people can see the report online if they want, or do you want me to charge forward?
I'd say say, board, what do you think? How about that? Would you like him to do his, power through his report, or would you like him to table it and we'll look at it online? Option 2, okay. Option 2, okay. So we will power forward with the rest of the agenda. Thank you, Dr. Diffenbach.
All right, thank you.
Okay, conference discussion and action, public hearing considering adoption of resolution 25/26-12 to dedicate public utility easement to Pacific Gas and Electric Company. I will open the public hearing. Dr. Diffenbach.
Yes, I'll turn this over to Mr. Altemeyer to have these next 4 items.
Okay, good evening, board. So at the last board meeting, the board did approve a resolution outlining that this item would be brought back to convey a public easement to PG&E. This is at the Seaside Middle School site where Cal-Am is putting in wells from easement that we have granted them previously. So this is the work from PG&E that is necessary to bring power to the equipment that Cal-Am will be placing on that property. So this is a 2-part process. This is the public hearing, and then after the public hearing, there'll be a process for the board to review the easement and then vote to approve that easement.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? If you're online, just use the raise hand feature. Okay. All right, seeing none, I will close public comment, and we will now close the public hearing. Now we will move to discuss and approve adoption of resolution 25/26-12 to dedicate public utility easement to Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Is there a motion?
So move. Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Ostettel. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. C, discuss and approve annual independent financial audit for fiscal year 2024-2025 as presented by Christy White, Certified Public Accountants. Mr. Altemeyer.
Thank you. So this is brought to the board each year. So as part of the requirement, the district has to undergo an independent financial audit. And so this is a look back. So this is looking back at last fiscal year, 24-25. So this evening we do have Kyle Montgomery on the line, who will go over the audit report with you briefly. He is with Christy White and Associates, and he's our primary contact who oversees the auditors that come to MPUSD that work with us. And he ultimately generates this report. I will point out that you do have a physical handout. The one online and the one that was emailed to you earlier today is the more up-to-date. There is a slight change, and Mr. Montgomery will go over that during the presentation for the audit. So, Mr. Montgomery, are you there?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you
you.
so
I'll
much,
go ahead and
Ryan.
turn it
I can go ahead and take it from here. All right, sounds good. Good evening to the board. Happy to be here tonight to present the results of the annual independent audit for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2025. Let's see here. The results, so this report obviously is comprehensive, right? It comes in at just over 100 pages. It contains the district's basic financial statements, notes to those financial statements, providing additional context and information on the various elements of the financial statements, 2 separate supplementary information sections, and then towards the back of the report is where we have the schedule of findings and question costs. Now in the hard copy of the report on page 87, you will see a page titled The Summary of Auditor's Results. In the PDF, that'll be page 96. Let's get to that real quick. So what we'll do tonight, just kind of in the interest of keeping this presentation concise, we're going to focus on the results of the audit. I'm going to go over the opinions, kind of delivering, mostly good news, just one minor finding to discuss tonight, and then happy to take any questions that you have at the end. So you'll see here in this summary of auditor's results, that the audit report itself is broken down into 3 sections, right? Because we have 3 opinions issued in this report, one on the financial statements, and then 2 separate compliant opinions, the first being on federal awards and the second being on state awards. The good news is that each one of those 3 audit opinions is unmodified. So essentially that is the best outcome or opinion that can be provided as the result of an audit. So essentially in each one of those phases, the district passed, and that's good news there. With respect to financial statements and federal awards, we had no findings or question costs issued in either of those 2 components of the audit. But with respect to state awards, we did have one minor finding to go over tonight. And that is going to be just a couple pages forward. In the hard copy of the report, that's page 90, and in the PDF, it's 99. All right, so this related to a teacher misassignment at Ord Terrace Elementary School for the 24-25 school year. Essentially what happened here is there were 2 substitute teachers that held 30-day substitute teaching credentials that combined to teach the class for the duration of the 180-day school year. And so as a result, that kind of represented a misassignment, right? Because they taught over and above beyond that 30-day allotment that is allowed within the constraints of their credential. As initially submitted, this finding did include a question cost. However, the reason for the amendment that just recently took place was that CDE was going through an initial review of this report and sort of flagged this report for revision and followed up for some clarification on this, and was able to kind of help us come to the conclusion that this finding was initially miscategorized and should be categorized as a teacher misassignment. And sort of the key difference between a finding related to an improperly credentialed teacher versus a teacher misassignment is that with a misassignment, there are no question costs associated with the finding. So that's the good news here, is that with this revision, there are no question costs associated with the finding, whereas in the hard copy version that the board members likely have in front of them, you will see a question cost specified. However, in this amended version of the report that has been submitted, no question costs is necessary. And so again, that's good news here. A good revision, right? If you initially have a $144,000 question cost that was specified there, and to be able to remove that and correct it to state that there were no question costs, I would say that that's a good thing, right? So that's kind of the gist of that finding. We do have our recommendation down there at the bottom to sort of kind of get it cleaned up for the next school year. And then on the subsequent page, you will see management's outline for their corrective action plan and sort of how they're going to, right the ship and get this corrected for the 25-26 fiscal year audit, and something that we will be taking a look at next year to kind of make sure that it's cleaned up. But yeah, that was kind of the only minor deficiency that we came across and ended up, needing to report in this year's audit. So, mostly good news there. Just one minor finding to include. Once again, thank you to the business office for getting us everything we need to complete this audit. It kind of turns into a year-round process, beginning in the spring and wrapping up, in the December, January timeframe. So thank you once again. Shout out to the business office and everybody that's involved with getting us everything we need to pull together this audit report. With that kind of concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have on the audit report.
Thank you. Board, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none. This is a discuss and approve. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion from Trustee Sanders and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, discuss and approve 3-year agreement with a Kennedy Group to provide bond program financial management and bond management executive tools support services for District Measure A bond program. Go for it.
Thank you. So this is a contract for a software provider, or it's a service and software provider. So the overall company, the tool is Beamit. So the overall company is AKG, but the tool that we would be utilizing would be Beamit. And what this would allow us to do is manage the finances for the upcoming Measure A, or current Measure A, but the upcoming expenses that we will have when we start to get under construction. So in general, this will allow us to track all of the costs, budget for the projects. The key component of this particular system that's unique to it is, you know, that construction costs and construction projects aren't just a single year, right? It's very rare that we start a project in one fiscal year and it completes in one fiscal year. We're typically tracking them over multiple. So this system has the ability to do that. It's completely integrated with our financial system that we use, Escape. So it's able to extract data from that, so we're not having to do double entry. In addition, the part of the software and the service is an important step in providing our Citizens Oversight Committee reports. They'll develop and create those for us, and that we have those available to us for each of those 4 meetings that we have a year with our Citizens Oversight Committee. So in general, it's a comprehensive package that allows us to track our bond finances over multiple fiscal years, while giving us the ability to create the reports that we need to provide to the school board, public, and the Citizens Oversight Committee.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
I do have a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr.
Have we used this company before?
We have not. So we looked at 3 different providers, actually 4. This one's had the most comprehensive set of utilities, and the costs were the most reasonable based on what the services they were providing. We currently use Key Analytics for the past 2 bond measures, Measure P and Measure I. It's not as comprehensive as this. They've been developing our Citizens Oversight Committee reports, but this tool would replace that going forward for Measure A.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right, how about questions or comments from the public? Nobody in person? Check online. All right, I'll come back to the board.
I move approval of the agreement.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Ostettel and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, next, discuss and approve Resolution 25/26-13, amending the employer contribution under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act for retirees.
Yes, I'll have Dr. Nunez take this one.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening, President Jennings, Superintendent Diefenbaugh, Board of Trustees. As you recall, we made the shift for the certificated unit with MBTA to make the transition from our existing provider, which was McSig, to our current provider, PERS. And we're learning things as things are approaching. So this is to amend the contribution for retirees, which closely aligns to the current contribution in our contract, since we have a section for retirees and a section for certificated teams. So this just says that we're going to contribute towards retirees that decide to enroll in the program, and what they're calling the minimum PENCUB requirement, which is the standard in the law.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, how about questions or comments from the public? All right, seeing now, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I so move.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Uchida and a second from, I think that was Trustee Ostettel. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, next, discuss and approve the 2026 Governance Handbook. Dr. Diefenbaugh.
Yes, this comes back to the board after coming as an information item last time. We made some minor adjustments and incorporated some feedback based on previous time we brought it to the board, and now I think it's ready for formal approval. As mentioned in the last board meeting, we can always bring it back in the future if there's items that need to be updated because of changes in state law or other such protocols. That's entirely within the board's purview.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, questions or comments from the public? All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Velasquez and a second from Trustee Uchida. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We will, if need be, yeah. All right. Consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Education in one motion. There's no discussion of these items before the board vote unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items be discussed and/or removed from the consent agenda. It's understood that the administration recommends approval on all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the members of the governing board shall be deemed to be considered in full and adopted as recommended. Dr. Diffenbaugh, are there anything? I did that totally wrong. My apologies.
Okay.
Board, are there any items on the consent agenda you would like to pull for further discussion? Okay, any members of the public have anything they want to pull? All right, seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Is there a motion for the consent agenda as submitted?
I move to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Sanders and a second from Trustee Ofstettle. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, next to information items, review and discuss board policies reviewed by the Board Policy Committee. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you. The Board Policy Committee met and reviewed a number of items. They're attached to the agenda for the full board and as well as the public. There were a few items in which there were choices to be made, and those are highlighted or indicated, and the Board Policy Committee recommended to stay with the current practice on those items of the board. So these come as information items. If there are any board policies that need further discussion, then we would bring it forward as an action item to discuss or information item. If not, then we bring it forward as a consent if there's no further discussion on the next board meeting.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments about the board policies reviewed by the Board Policy Committee? All right, how about any questions or comments from the public on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll come back to the board, and this is a review and discuss. So if you have anything on this in between the meetings, check in with Dr. Diffenbaugh on that, and we will move now to communication for board members. Board communication is an opportunity for board members to share with the public events, activities, and other communications they deem relevant to the public. It's understood that these items raised during board communication section are not on the adopted agenda, and therefore no further discussion will occur on any item shared by board members. I'm going to start on my right. Forgot where I was. Trustee Velasquez.
I have some things I'll go through really quick. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I also serve on the Community Safety Action Committee for the City of Seaside. And that committee is looking to engage Seaside students. And so what we'd like to do is have an essay contest. I am not on that subcommittee. That would actually be Commissioner Katz and Commissioner Foliaki and Commissioner Amarante. So I did put them in touch with PK so that they can discuss how that would be done, but I believe it would be an essay contest with a prize at the end. I also got news that Pebble Beach has supported the prom drive and has sent in their donation, along with Fisherman's Grotto and Gray Bears of of Santa Cruz, that has donated clothing. And being that we are going to have the Macy's fashion show during the prom drive, we are going to be looking for students to model that clothing. And I think I would like to open it up to our clubs, being that we have clubs at our various high schools, to see if any of those students would like to participate in the fashion show and also highlight the club that they represent or whatever. And then what else was there? Oh, and the Ancestor Roundup went really great. We actually had some CSUMB students, and I believe one MPUSD student attended with their parent, and that was in regards to learning about the different aspects of genealogy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Ofstettle, Communications. Okay, Dr. Lusk, Communications.
Just FYI, there will be an executive closed session meeting of the Community Human Services Board of Directors to select or to discuss the new executive directors, possible hiring, the contract, and other aspects of it. It's been agendized for this Thursday. And it is closed session, and I'll be bringing a report back to the board as your representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lusk. Trustee Uchida, Communications. Trustee Sanders.
Indeed. I'm happy to report that I'm helping to teach a class at the Middlebury Institute this semester about housing insecurity in Monterey. Similar to a class that I took that is basically the reason for why I'm doing all that I'm doing right now. So I plan to incorporate my experiences from the board here, as well as all the other stuff I've got my tentacles in, to work with students who are interested in this issue at the graduate level, because otherwise nobody else is going to try to solve it. And I'm actually really curious too. It makes me think about the students in our high schools, because I was actually approached by some students at Stevenson, not an MPUSD school, of course, but a very good school of its own merit, about building ADUs and other affordable housing using their own financial models, which is a wild thing to consider. 16-year-olds, juniors, approaching somebody who works in development about working with parents at their school to build on land that they already own, or to find land to finance the purchase of and construction upon. So it's all giving me hope in a time when we desperately need it. So more to come there. First meeting for the Capital Fund Implementation Sprint is Thursday, so 90 days from now, or from Thursday, hopefully we'll have some even better news.
Thank you. Trustee Hernandez.
Marina High School is having their first ever night rally, and then just opening the opportunity for community members to participate, and we'll love to see you there. Also, for Marina High School, I recently started a student council, and our first meeting actually starts tomorrow, and so I hope to bring some of these topics discussed here today to them and then hear their perspective, and hopefully have these students represent the student council or bring back perspectives from them to this board. And that's pretty much it.
Awesome, thank you. Trustee Dirksen.
I would just like to say thank you all so much for this opportunity and having me. I just wanted to introduce a little bit about myself. I'm in JRTC. I apologize. I came in my uniform today. We had uniform inspection. And then one of our Monterey High School representatives was talking about the mock trial competition. That's my mock trial team. I founded that, and I'm the president, so we're really, really excited, and it's going to be a cool thing for us to do. What else about me? I'm in MAOS, so interested in science. It's the Oceanographic Academy. And then hopefully for like what I am to get out of this is learning more about how to represent people. I'm really interested in law. Hopefully I'm going to pursue a career in JAG. So defending veterans and, or soldiers, it's either, prosecuting or defending. So honestly, learning both sides. I think this is going to be a really helpful exercise for that. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move to board request. Board requests are an opportunity for board members to request future items to be added to the agenda by the agenda setting committee, or to request information to be provided by the superintendent or designee to the board at a future date and time. It's understood that items raised during the board request section are not on the adopted agenda, therefore no further discussion will occur. Okay, start on my left. Are there any board requests? Trustee Dirksen?
No.
Okay. Trustee Hernandez?
Just regarding, again, the mental health budget cuts, if we can possibly get some response and possibly an action plan, taking in all these comments into consideration and possibly getting feedback on that.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Good. Okay. All right. Trustee Sanders?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Trustee Uchida? All right. Dr. Lusk? Trustee Hofstadter? Trustee Velasquez?
Just two. The one that I mentioned, the parent asking for something to be sent out via Parent Square regarding the mental health resources. I don't know what school her child attended. I know that they're elementary school age, but I don't know what school. And then also in regards to that same issue, a couple of staff mentioned safety risk assessments and threat screenings. I wanted to know if there was any kind of report on those numbers to see like what they were prior to COVID, if they increased or decreased during COVID, and then if they increased or decreased again post-COVID, to help us also make this decision.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. We will now move to advanced planning. Our next meeting is February 10th, 2026. It's a regular board meeting right here at the District Service Center. Move to adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Hofstadter and a second from Trustee Velasquez. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned. Thank you.